Okay, good morning. It is 9:11, and I apologize for the delay, but we wanted to make sure that CMAP was here and we were recording the entirety of the meeting. So I'm going to call the meeting to order. Supervisor Curl, if you'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Okay, if I can get a motion to acknowledge the certificate of posting, please.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, 5-0. Okay, we'll move on to presentations and recognitions. If I can get a motion from the board to approve proclamation declaring November 27th through December 1st as California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Week.
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0. Vanessa, do you want to? So good morning. So we're going to take special time this morning to recognize the amazing work that Aurelia and Vanessa both do for us. They really are kind of the quiet leaders behind the scenes that really help us as supervisors keep everything in order and make sure that we have communications and all the different things. And so it's an honor for me to be up here presenting this proclamation this morning and honoring them for next week. So thank you both so much for everything you guys do. We really, really appreciate it. So the position of the board, for the clerk of the Board of Supervisors, plays an integral role in the function of California county government. The clerk of the board performs many legally mandated functions that protect and preserve the rights of the citizens to an open and accessible government. The work performed by the clerks of the board is a time-honored and vital part of local government. The clerk's duties of record keeping is revered, their work among the earliest recorded on behalf of the public, and clerks have long pledged to maintain their neutrality and impartiality of the proceedings of government. The California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Association, an affiliate of the California State Association of Counties, CSAC, is organized to promote the principles of good government, to represent the interest of clerks of the board with legislative bodies and other professional organizations, to encourage the development of professional growth and education, and to support the objectives of all regional groups established within the association. It is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishment of clerks of the board across the 58 counties in the state of California, particularly in San Benito County. So now, therefore, the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Benito does hereby proclaim the week of November 27th through December 1st as California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Week, in recognition of the high level of services bestowed upon the people of San Benito County and the people of California by clerks of the board. Do you guys want to say anything? Okay, thank you.
For you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair and Board, for all of your support. I just wanted to thank everybody and mention a little background on clerks of the board. The clerk of the board has been a vital part of county government since its inception. As clerks, we seek to always exhibit pride in the performance of our duties and exemplify the model of public service by leading by example. We strive to stimulate innovative and progressive business-minded solutions in the performance of our duties and service as visionaries in our field, furthering our commitment to excellence in public service. In 2023, our office in particular went green and eliminated the need to print out agenda packets, staff reports, resolutions, ordinances, and contracts with the implementation of DocuSign, and directly uploading all agendas to our online archive and having them available on our agenda management platform. This eliminated the printing of at least 40,000 pages in just this past year, as well as countless hours of work for our office. As clerks, we seek to develop creative strategies in managing the evolution of the role and scope of the clerk of the board, and we inspire one another to do and be the very best in our field. This past week, we spent 5 days meeting and networking with our fellow clerk of the boards from all over California. As one of only 58 clerk of the boards in the state, we were reminded of the important role we play, not only for the Board of Supervisors and boards and commissions, but also for the public. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the board for their support, and all of the admin office, as they're always willing to assist us and support us. I'd like to thank our CAO, Ray Espinosa, for all his support, all of the administrative analysts, Dulce, Gracie, and Christina, as they're always willing to drop what they're doing when we need their help. And the backbone of the admin office, Lorena, I'd like to thank, who does it all and is our biggest support. And of course, Aurelia here, who's my right hand. And I'm so grateful to have her, because without her, our department would not be able to accomplish everything it has accomplished so far. So because of them and your support, our office is able to preserve the integrity of legislative record management for San Benito County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, department head announcements.
Thank you. And I just wanted to reiterate, it's been a great honor and privilege to work with Vanessa and Aurelia. That they have been doing just a fantastic job in really making this department a better department. So really appreciate their work. I'd like to go ahead and invite up Health and Human Services, Public Health, Nick Calvin. He's our Deputy Director there in that office. He has an announcement for your board.
Hi, good morning. Thank you guys for taking the time to hear from me. So I just wanted to let the board and members of the public know that the Public Health Department has finally received our mobile clinic unit or vehicle. It's actually parked right out front today. We have purchased that with board approval several years ago. And unfortunately, due to the COVID-19 pandemic with the supply chain restrictions, it took a little bit longer than we wanted for it to finally arrive, but it did several months ago. It was purchased with ELC COVID-19 funds that we got from the CDC and CDPH in order to use for COVID-19 vaccination clinics along with other public health functions. So right now we will be using it mostly for flu clinics, because we are going to be doing flu clinics throughout the fall and then obviously next year. And we do have COVID-19 vaccine available at the health department, but unfortunately due to restrictions on our use of that vaccine, we are able to give that to people who are underinsured, uninsured, or people through our Vaccine for Children's program, and people who, for example, have private insurance, can go through one of their local pharmacies. So we won't be doing as many COVID-19 vaccine clinics just due to the population that we're allowed to give it to at the moment. But we definitely will be doing it for our flu vaccine clinics, as well as our other public health functions, such as outreaches. Right now we are giving out COVID-19 tests while supplies last. So we do have free COVID-19 tests right outside, so you don't have to go to the store and spend a lot of money on those. And so we'll be doing outreaches and using it hopefully in 2024 for oral health screenings for our kids. We go to a lot of schools throughout the county to do that through our dental program. And so we're hoping to get permission from the state to be able to use the clinic vehicle for that as well. So we're looking to just continue to expand services and be able to serve the public to the best of our ability at the health department. And this vehicle, which was once again paid with the approval of the board that we're very excited about, should be able to do that. So just wanted to let you guys know purchase is finally here and in use. And thank you guys very much, and the public. Thanks.
Thank you, Nick. I'd like to let the board know we're going to be pulling item 2.4 to be heard at a later date. That's on the regular agenda. We'd like to invite up Vanessa, our clerk of the board. She has a quick announcement.
Good morning again. I just wanted to announce the remaining Board of Supervisor meetings for the year 2023. We will be having a special meeting on December 5th at 9 a.m. Our regular meeting is December 12th at 9 a.m. So next week is going to be a busy week for all departments, as they need to turn in and finalize all agenda items on Monday the 27th for the December 5th meeting, and Thursday, December 30th for the regular meeting as well. And then I wanted to ask the board to please hold the following dates for workshops on December 14th in the morning and then December 15th all day. Also a reminder that November 30th is the Employee Appreciation Lunch. There's going to be 2 shifts, one at 11:30 and one at 1 p.m. Thank you.
So we can just hold those dates. Really appreciate that. I'd like to invite up, we're at our next item, road updates. I'd like to invite up Steve. Luke. He's our Public Works Administrator.
All right, good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, and members of the public. To get our road status kicked off, we have some good news from Caltrans, and maybe the chair would like to announce or inform us on the detour schedule for Union Road that was reduced. Sure.
Okay, so I will report it out. However, this is coming directly from Caltrans. So, and they apologize that they couldn't be here this morning, but they did send a written report, as well as I'm on COG and we received this last week. So, the contractors have taken the Union Road light, and what was going to take 7-8 months, they've reduced the time down to 8 weeks, and they also are looking at possibly changing and doing it in June and July versus right now, weather permitting. The cost will be approximately about $400,000, but it's going into the contingency budget right now, so there's nothing due for it now. We'll kind of settle it up at the end when they do all of the calculations. So nothing is confirmed about exactly when it's going to happen quite yet. They have to talk to the contractor and get everything, but they are looking at June and July. The only thing that has been decided is that it's going to go from 7 months to 8 weeks, and so we will keep everyone posted, but we felt, we were very happy that they really listened to us, and I want to thank everybody that reached out. We received a lot of calls and emails, and I feel like this just really shows what we can do kind of working together. So they're going to work extra shifts. That's why there'll be the extra cost. But we feel that with giving us a little bit more time, we'll have the right turn coming into Hollister. That will be completed. So hopefully it will help with the flow of traffic. I know that we also have heard from some people think that maybe it's not desirable. They'd rather have it right now due to, the summer season being a little more popular for kind of tourists and things like that. That Hollister San Juan kind of road will be open, so there still will be access on Union Road. There just will be a little bit of a detour. And the roundabout at 25 and 156 will be 100% complete by the time that this starts, if we go with this June, July. So the COG board was definitely favorable to the June, July timeframe, but it is not up to us to decide. And so Caltrans and the contractor is working on that. And as soon as we have a definite date, we'll let you know. But the biggest, most exciting news is that we're going from 7 months, and that was weather permitting. So it could have easily have gone to 9 months, technically, to 8 weeks. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And as you noted, obviously it's Caltrans and the contractor, but the supervisors here in COG and that effort was really, I think, the impetus that made that happen. So that was very good news, recent development, and yeah, ideally the roundabout will be completed, so that'll also kind of help circulation in the area. So, all right, jumping over to county projects. Update on our striping projects. We're striping multiple roads around the county. The effort's ongoing. We're going to be striping over near Anzar High School starting next week. And then, just so everybody knows, there's actually going to be reflectors placed on the road as well. And we're hoping to get all of that, including the reflectors, finished up before the Christmas holiday. So that's the schedule with that. One thing I did want to mention, because I've had a few inquiries from various folks, and there's been just some questions maybe on social media, which I pretty much ignore, but other folks in my house don't ignore it. So regarding the striping, and a very valid question came to me from a resident on Santa Ana Valley Road, and the question was, okay, our road is not in the best condition, why aren't we rebuilding the road and just restriping? Well, the answer to that is to restripe, and basically just able to restripe the center line of that road because it's so narrow that even the edge lines aren't, it's not even quite enough for the edge lines in most spots, but just even to restripe the center line of Santa Ana Valley Road was about $140,000. We had the budget to do that for that segment. To reconstruct 7.5 miles of Santa Ana Valley Road would be about $4.6 million. So obviously we'd like to reconstruct Santa Ana Valley Road and a lot of other roads, but we had the $150,000. We don't have the $4.6 million. And so that kind of applies to all the different road segments that we're restriping. The reason for that is, and just so everybody knows, the roads have been developed over years to be originally used as ag purposes. So if you looked at some of the potholes on Santa Valley Road and a lot of our other roads, you'll see either probably a half inch of chip seal or maybe an inch and a half of asphalt in that pothole, and sometimes you'll see a little bit of base rock, maybe a couple inches of base rock. A lot of times it's just dirt. So that's like our existing section is maybe this, and the road needs to be 3 inches of asphalt and about 8 inches of base rock. So it needs to be this. Right now we have this. And so luckily the Board of Supervisors has allocated, 20 plus million to repave a lot of segments throughout the county, which is wonderful. We get about $2.5 million from SB1 funds. Right now we're getting between $2 and $4 million from Measure G. We're spending all of that. So we're making progress, but that's the reason why we couldn't, reconstruct all of those roads. And we're just restriping, which restriping is needed in a lot of ways, and so, or in a lot of segments. So on that same note, I'm working with our chief financial officer to see, it looks like we're getting extra Measure G funds for the last year or so. Then we allocate we anticipate about 2.7 million from the Measure G sales tax, and I think we might have gotten about an extra $1 million coming in over the last year. And so if that's true, we'll bring that to the board. What do we want to do with those funds? There's a real good chance we're going to recommend more roadway striping, because that's kind of the biggest bang for the buck, and it's needed in a lot of spots. But that's kind of a to be continued. It might come up on the December 12th meeting, but we'll see. I just have to make sure we have that extra funding available. So good news. Anzar Road, there's kind of a low spot that flooded last year, and some folks got stranded over near Carr Avenue. Working with Granite Rock, and they are actually paying for a large portion of the construction. They're going to start work to install a pipe from that low spot and outfall it towards, there's kind of a large pond, small lake downstream of there, so it outfall there, and then eventually it'll go to the main river there. So that's going to start on the 27th. The washout repair for New Idria down in South County, FEMA pretty much approved the funding. They did approve the funding. And so the washout repair is going to actually occur starting November 28th, and it'll take approximately 2 weeks to repair the washout. So that's very good news for folks down there. There's not a lot of residents on the other side of the washout, but there are some. And the New Idria mine, there's some folks from the EPA that want to start actually cleaning up some more areas of the New Idria mine. So hopefully that will get buttoned up by approximately December 12th. And then another small piece of good news is we had 5 large debris piles that blocked a lot of the flows between Lover's Lane, or between San Felipe and Lover's Lane. And the county decided to loan some funding to the district out there that oversees that area, and so we've removed 4 of the 5 piles have been extracted outside of the creek and put on the outside the levees. We'll be starting the 5th location this week, and then the next kind of final step is to plug up a couple of the levee breaches there. But the debris piles, I'll bring some pictures on the 12th, but you know, one of the debris piles is probably as large as this room and as tall as this room, just one location. So good news on the debris piles, and we've been receiving some designs have been completed for projects that'll be built in the summer, spring. On the 12th, I'll also be presenting an agenda item to ask for budgets to proceed with other designs of projects that we want to build in the summer. So we just received the Wright Road design. I won't go into designs, but for construction and status updates, those are the status updates for this morning. So I'll pause there.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, question?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Steve, for the update. Thank you for and mentioning that about the striping, because I get the same question online as well. I say, well, why are we doing the striping when I have potholes on the road? It's like, well, there's reasons for it, and I'll just say additionally to that, the striping has been one of the most requested things that I've received as well, just because folks are having such a hard time seeing the road at night. If you drive Fallon at night before the striping, you would understand. So thank you so much for bringing that up. I had a question. Do we have a specific date of when they think the roundabout will be finished?
I've just heard spring of this next year, and I've heard different dates, but let's call it May. But again, it's Caltrans, but around that time, you know,
Spring
April, May.
24 or something.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, and thank you for
At
the
COG, Supervisor Zanger, we've heard February. I think they're aiming for February, but they're not promising it until more like May timeframe. So I think they're hoping to be finished earlier than May, but it's supposed to be done by May.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. Always appreciate your updates. I've been getting more calls now for San Juan Canyon Road, and so I was gonna touch base with you on what areas are going to be repaired. I guess they're very concerned because the weather is changing and it's more erosion is happening on the sides of the roads, especially at the high end. So, but besides that, I did want to thank you and Caltrans. I guess we got new population signs back on the road for Tres Pinos, so that's at least one thing we've accomplished with Caltrans. For me, that was kind of it feels like we're trying to build a relationship with Caltrans, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to work more closely with them. The only other thing on roads is you mentioned this Measure G tax money. That will be coming back to us for the board to make a decision?
Correct. So, 2 things before I forget San Juan Canyon. So I'm actually going to be meeting with the design consultant, I think it's next week, out on San Juan Canyon. And the limits are from where it intersects with Salinas Road and Mission Vineyard, I think it's 6.2 miles all the way up, pretty close to the top. Not all the way to the top, but pretty close to the top, because there's only a few houses right at the top. And so yeah, we're meeting next week so you can provide the budget for that, and hopefully get that on the December 12th agenda as well, so we can start building in the summer or spring. And then regarding Measure G, so we get allocations provided to the county in chunks and pieces, and so tentatively we received, and that's from the sales tax from the community, received about $1 million extra over the past year. And so yeah, if that's the case, then that's just $1 million extra that could go, supposed to go, by law to the roads. And so I'll bring that to you for decision, and probably have a couple options, but like I said, striping will probably be one of those options.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Appreciate it.
Madam Chair, thank you. Yeah, so back to Union Road quick. So maybe I missed it, but do we have any firm updates on some of the other mitigation efforts that we suggested as far as signal timing? Taking a look at the signal timing further, and whether there's an option to sort of recreate a turn lane and exit lane. That maybe isn't feasible when I go by there and look at that closer, but I just would like to at least hear back as far as some of those things that we threw out there.
So these are a little bit Caltrans questions, but are you referring to the signal at 4th Street or the signal?
Yeah, the signal at Union and 4th Street,
Right.
and even if it's going to Caltrans, and I can certainly communicate that with them. I thought they were possibly going to be here today, but I'm hoping to get that. I'll personally do that, but I just want to put that out there as well, that I still think we need to get answers on alleviating delays if we can.
So I will say this, that's been discussed with them and folks from the city, the county, San Juan Bautista. So tentatively, they're leaning towards installing an additional signal at the frontage roads adjacent to 4th to help that work better, instead of having a 3-way stop or 4-way stop at where the frontage road intersects with 4th Street. So I don't know if that's been officially approved by Caltrans. Additionally, they are also considering, as the chair mentioned, a additional right turn if you're heading towards 152 and you want to make a right-hand turn on 4th Street. Again, I don't know if that's been approved by Caltrans, but they're definitely considering that.
But that won't alleviate the issue coming into town off of 156. That's leaving town is what I'm hearing, right?
So no, that's actually if you're heading from San Juan Bautista towards Hollister, they're considering adding additional pavement that wasn't in their plan to make a right turn pocket to get onto 4th Street, which would actually help that movement.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Okay, great. And then, do we have an updated timeline on the Carr Avenue curb work that needs to be done?
So, the last text, or communication, I should say, I received from the contractors, they are trying to get some forces there before the holidays. There's some discrepancies on what's a punch list item, which is something that should have been done as part of the project, versus what is a change order, which would be an extra cost to the project. I'll be going down to Carr tomorrow at around 11 to address an issue that you're aware of with the downstream resident, and probably just bring some extra sandbags to that person, just in case. But they're hoping to get their staff back on site in December is a communication that I had from the contractor.
And we, in December? Okay, and then we addressed the bridge issue? The additional K-rail, and I think you were having Jason get out there maybe?
So we went out and measured our K-rail. It won't quite fit, but the good news is, I don't know who donated it. Someone donated some almost as strong as concrete K-rail to the sheriff's department for emergency response. So I'm going to meet with them probably tomorrow, and they have a trailer full of what are supposedly is similar to K-rails, and so it sounds like we're going to be able to install a few of those on the other side of that bridge, because we did go out and measure it, and it's pretty tight area, and there's a water meter and some things that are kind of impacting putting a normal stick of K-rail there. But it sounds like this donation that the sheriff's department received, we'll be able to install those, and hopefully there'll be there's a few other bridges that I'd like to place those smaller K-rail that the sheriff, I just have to go take a look at them hopefully tomorrow. So ASAP, as soon as I would pick those up from the sheriff's department.
Okay, great. And then when is the San Juan Bautista Sewer Force main project? Can we get an update on that? Do we know? Going to start, so that's when. And then when will the county start the tearing up the road and repaving the back roads?
Yeah, they're actually starting the potholing now, which is they just drill holes into the pavement to uncover where utilities are and whatnot. So the project's actually pretty much begun, and I think they're starting the main project. I heard right after the potholing's finished, so it should be, within weeks, I'm guessing, because they only have so many potholes they're going to be doing.
So we fill the potholes and then we tear up the road?
So okay, I'll explain. So when you pothole for sometimes for construction, you actually intentionally drill a hole, or there's different methods where you uncover pavement and dirt and rock to expose utilities so that you can measure how deep the utilities are, and they call that potholing, in addition to what we call potholing. And so they're exploring water lines and things that to make those determinations because they're going to be crossing those existing utilities with the new force main. And so once they have performed all of those, and they've done some in the past, but the contractor's doing additional potholing. So once they finish that effort, then they're actually going to jump right into construction. So my guess, to answer your paving question, probably springtime, I'm guessing, for just paving activities.
Okay, springtime. Okay, and then is Prescott included on that?
It is. It goes San Juan Highway, Prescott, and then San Justo, and over towards the treatment plant.
Great. And that bridge on Prescott?
There's no improvements to the bridge. I think
Okay.
they're going under the creek, they're not improving the bridge. I'll say that much.
Okay, got it. And then you brought up restriping. Just want to put out there, if we do get into restriping again, I'm just going to advocate strongly for San Juan Highway, the rest of San Juan Highway. I thought we were doing the big chunk of it, not just in front of Anzar. There's, as you know, it's terrible on larger stretches. So that'll be my top restriping priority if we do that. And then if we use that $1 million that we might have, and I think that is it. Thank you very much.
I just want to say thank you for the update. There's a lot of information, a lot of work going on in the county, and so I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it. We'll move on to future agenda items. As highlighted from our clerk of the board, we have a scheduled meeting, a special meeting on the 5th of December, so please mark your calendars for that. Already on the docket, we are addressing 6 to 8 items out of the 15 items that you see on on this particular report. We'll be discussing the no left on Lucy, Brown Dixie area, the homelessness, purchasing policy, park branding, park sponsorship, and a grant writing update, which is not on this particular item, but it will be on this particular meeting, along with a few other items that we have as well. So a full day, it looks like, or at least a good amount of information that will be discussed on the 5th, as well as the remaining items. We plan to get most of those done the last meeting or our meeting in December the 12th. So there's a lot of work that's going into these next 2 meetings. There's been a lot of work next week in preparation for all the meetings. So I just wanted to let the board know that. Other than that, that's pretty much all we have, Madam Chair.
Okay, board announcements. Who would like to start? Supervisor Curl?
I'll go real quick because I don't have much. I want to thank staff for Golden State Finance Authority, the 2 workshops that staff had. I believe those were recorded. Is that correct? Okay, they were recorded. So if you are a staff member and are interested in financing for a new home or refinancing for a home, please feel free to contact administration, and you can get a video of the presentations. They were very informative. I wish I would have known of this back when I was a county employee, so I'm really excited that it's going to be helpful for the staff. I want to thank the broadband and IT committee that's working so hard on gathering data for the needs of where low or very low service is and where we just don't have coverage. Especially, I want to thank our schools. The high school district has been able to finally share their data from COVID that shows where students were unable to have access, and that's really going to help us prioritize. So I just wanted to thank the school districts and the high school district especially for their sharing of information. We'll have more information as that moves forward. I know that the IT department's working very hard on that. Besides that, I basically want to just wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving, and if you haven't planned for your Thanksgiving, my husband has already started making an Italian Thanksgiving, so I am overloaded on pasta right now, so I'm not looking forward to Turkey Day right now. But enjoy yourselves and enjoy the 4-day weekend, okay?
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Sure, thanks. Real quick too, yeah. Just want to give kudos to staff, first of all. Integrated Waste, Selena, Frankie have been addressing some illegal dumping issues that I've asked to be addressed over at the Cerro Road, Merrill Road, 129 area. It's another one of those hot spots where people often dump items. So thank you to staff for being prompt on that. Really, really appreciate them. They're always very good. And then attended the business council meeting, this last business council meeting at St. Francis Retreat. It's always nice to get out to St. Francis Retreat. Supervisor Curl was there as well, just to get out there in a beautiful area and just spend some time with the business community. Veterans Day, really nice ceremony in Hollister as always. It was just fantastic to see so many people out there honoring our veterans, and I know in one way or another everybody on this board certainly appreciates veterans and showed that on Veterans Day. And then lastly, just again, also happy Thanksgiving to everyone, and I don't know why we don't eat green bean casserole all year long. Thanks.
My announcement will be very brief. I attended the CSEC conference last week, and it was great to see all of the clerks there and them to be acknowledged for all the hard work and the training that they received. And I'm grateful that we honor them with this acknowledgement certificate today. I also attended the Golden State Finance presentation, and I went out and found a local mortgage broker that is familiar with our area, who works out of Monterey County but also has an office here in Hollister. So if any of the employees attended that meeting are interested and want to call me directly, go ahead and reach out and I will give you his name and and just kind of a reference. It's not a referral of any sort, and I don't want to present his name because I don't want to get any kind of trouble, but he is familiar with, he has been well trained, he does have all the experience necessary to work with Golden State Finance Corporation, and so we have an asset here in the community, so you're not going to be dealing with a stranger if you're looking at going this route with the employee assistance for the down payment. I'll be more than happy to give you the gentleman's name. I also attended the Veterans Day presentation. I volunteered my time to work with the VFW to sell raffle tickets, and as Supervisor Kosmicki said, you know, we all support our veterans, and it was evident there in the community along with the parade. The community turned out in numbers, and so it was very nice. So thank you. So other than that, I don't have anything else to report. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I forgot one thing, and I'm doing this because I know the elections department right now is super busy with the relocation and preparation due to the fire. But if you didn't get this, if you're registered as a no party person, you're not affiliated with a political party, you would have gotten a mailer, and if it has a little squiggly on it, that squiggly says it's official mail from the elections office. I can't take off my elections hat, I just can't, I'm sorry. This is one of those every 4 years unusual election. It's a primary, and it's a presidential primary, and if you think you're registered and going to get to vote for president, and you're not affiliated with a political party, you need to read this little pamphlet, because you have options, but you may not have the options that you want. So it's crossover voting is an option, and right now the only parties that are allowing crossover voting for president, because that's the only office that requires you to be registered in a party to vote for it, is American Independent Party. That is a party. That is not nonpartisan. The Democratic Party and the Libertarian Party. If you choose to vote in any other presidential primary, which we have Peace and Freedom, Green, and Republican, you would have to register to vote in that party to be able to vote for president. If you don't know what I'm talking about and have questions, contact the elections office, because this is a vote by mail election, and if you don't have your party affiliation correct, the office of president may be missing from your ballot. And instead of mailing 2 ballots to you, we want to get it right the first time. So contact the elections office. Always feel free. You can reach out to me if you have questions. It doesn't apply if you're affiliated with a political party that's the party of the candidate you want to vote for. That will be on your ballot. So if you have questions, call Francisco, Anna, all the staff, and always feel free to talk to me about it. Thanks.
Thank you for all that information. So I'm just going to be really quick. I kind of gave my COG update already. But one other thing that happened at COG is the city of San Juan Bautista handed out to all of the COG directors. They had passed a resolution to eliminate the left turn on Highway 156. And so I think they're kind of looking to the Board of Supervisors now to possibly take some action so that during certain hours that left turn can be eliminated. And I know that our intergovernmental committee looked at that as well, but they officially passed something and wanted to make sure that we all had it. So just reporting that out.
That's being on the 5th. We're bringing that to
December
the board
5th?
on the 5th.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect. And then the veterans events were really wonderful. I actually attended the Latino Coalition's Veterans Breakfast that I had never attended before, and what an amazing, wonderful event. I keep telling other people, oh my gosh, you have to go in years to come. And my husband, who is a veteran, I'm like, you have to go next year. It was just very heartfelt. Such an honor to be there, and they handed out some certificates to veterans. Armando Salcido and Mel Angel were honored this year, and I took a certificate from the Board of Supervisors and recognized them there as well. So anyways, those were kind of the highlights. So, and happy Thanksgiving. So moving on now to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And we'll start in chambers. Jamila?
Good morning. My name is Jamila Saka, and today I'm present as a community member. As an Arab American, I'm here today to request our community to take personal action and contact our representatives to demand an immediate ceasefire in Palestine. I'm not asking you to be an expert on foreign policy, to see the direct genocidal and ethnic cleansing actions currently being committed against Palestinians. Do you know what it's like to see individuals who look like your family, speak your family's native language, brutally attacked and forcibly displaced? The UN has estimated 11,000 plus individuals have been murdered, and of those deaths, 41% are children and 25% are women. Even worse are the children left with no family, no recollection of their mother's face, and no trace of a photo to provide. Fittingly, yesterday was the UN World's Children's Day, and the theme this year is Every Child, Every Right. Today more than ever, children have the right to live. Palestinian children have the right to live. I have sat and listened to our community members support and vie for options to continue the operation of our single hospital. Yet I have not heard one message about the lack of humanitarian aid for Palestine. We are no different. I've watched videos of women who have just given birth make the forced decision to evacuate specific hospitals in hopes of saving their life and their newborn child. No aid, no anesthesia, no medical supplies. From a speech given by Nelson Mandela during the International Day of Solidarity on December 4th, 1997, he states, the United Nations took a strong stand against apartheid, and over the years an international consensus was built, which helped us to bring an end to this inequitous system. But we all know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of Palestinians. I ask and compel you all to call our representatives demanding a full, complete ceasefire. And I ask we take the next couple of seconds of my time for a moment of silence for the Palestinians who have lost their lives. Thank you.
Next in chambers, Maggie Sagoon. Oh. Sandy Patterson.
Good morning, Chair, board members, audience. My name is Sandy Patterson Jamark, and I live at 2900 Fairview Road, Space 5, on Fairview Mobile Manor. Recently we had a problem. Animal control is just throwing us underneath the bus. As of last Thursday, we have a gentleman in the park that has 9 dogs in his mobile home. 5 of those are always at large, one's vicious, and they came after me last Thursday. We had to call the sheriff's department because animal control won't come out because they say, the park manager says we can't come in there. Well, sorry, the state says otherwise. So our animal control, and I believe the county contributes to part of their funds, need to get pull themselves up by the bootstraps and get some courage and stand their ground and go in and take care of what they're supposed to take care of. I worked animal control. You have a job to do it. And if the county's paying for that, we need to look into that. I also spoke at the city council last night. So the next thing is Supervisor Curl, correct me if I'm wrong, but you can vote in person. It doesn't have to be by mail-in ballot. You can take that down there. Okay, that needs to be specified because your statement was, we're only going to vote by ballot. And so,
My apologies.
Okay.
It's all voters are mailed vote by mail ballots, and my
Yes.
concern is that they need to vote mail only one, so the county is not incurring costs twice.
Right. So you can take that ballot back. I did, and I voted in person because I don't trust the Dominion machines. They can be manipulated. There's 27 states that have the Dominion machines in them. We need to get rid of them. Shasta County up north took a vote 3-2 to not recontract with the Dominion company. But yet our governor, they went and made a executive order that the county can't do that. Excuse me, when did you take our rights away from us? Quit meddling in things that don't concern you. And the other thing is, we have a former board of supervisor that signs were taken down. Excuse me, there should have been an arrest. $5,000 worth of signs, that's grand theft, folks. That's a felony. We don't play favorites. When I had to take down a friend of mine I went to junior high with in elementary school when I worked for the sheriff's department on a rape charge. Sandy, you know me. Don't care. Face down on the ground. Put your hands out. If you're going to be in law enforcement, you take care of it and you do what's right. Thank you.
Next, Julio Rodriguez.
Just was going to read some of the notes I have. It's my understanding, according to Sheriff Eric Taylor, on November 14th, officers responded to a claim that the Stop Strata Verde signs were found at former County Supervisor Anthony Botello's house, who actually initially denied the allegation. But he was informed that there was Apple AirTag trackers in the signs. So he would then go on to make a statement. Botello, who is now a consultant, I must say, for Strata Verde, admitted to KSBW Action 8 News that he's been taking these Stop Strata Verde signs since September, totaling about 20 of them. He would say, "I did it during the day. I'm not hiding it. I figured somebody would see me, and I really want to bring awareness as far as what's going on in this community. It's not about the signs." I mean, he shamelessly admits to it, admitting that he basically committed a crime. I understand that you guys are going to try to make the assertion, oh, well, they weren't permitted in that. Okay, where's county code enforcement? Nobody reached out, and we're creating a situation where it seems like favoritism at this point. It's very clear where this board stands politically on the Strata Verde project. I know where you guys stand, but this is not about this is about playing within the confines of democracy, playing within the confines of the rules. Correct me if I'm wrong, board, but does the county ordinance give everybody deputizing power to go take signs? I don't think it is. So I'm asking for this board to, at the strongest level, is to write a letter to get the state attorney involved. What can we do about this? Because, you're going to have chaos if people are allowed to do this. If you guys don't want to get the state attorney involved, okay, at least make a motion or resolution to at least condemn that what the county or what the former supervisor did was wrong. At least I would like for you guys to all acknowledge that this was wrong. Third, where's my train of thought? Third of all, if this was anybody else, if they were black, brown, or poor, we all know that this person would be locked up. This actually happened to Frank's, one of their petition signers. One of their petition signers was actually booked at the county jail. I mean, come on. Thank you guys for your time.
Next, I have Andy.
Yeah, good morning. I'm actually here to speak about the same issue, though I'm going to try to respond to what Jamila said as well regarding Palestine. I guess the word that's come up to me recently is the word impunity. And my wife didn't want me to talk about it. She said most people don't know that word, impunity, which means exemption from punishment or freedom from injurious consequences. It's often enjoyed by military officers who are involved in civilian killings. So that's where it hooks to what's going on in Palestine, where civilians, children are being killed, and there's impunity. And the problem with impunity, with people not being held accountable, is it gets worse and worse, and terrible, terrible things happen. That's how the Holocaust happened, because of impunity. Now, on our far more mundane and local level, with the news story, the daylight defense that we heard by our former supervisor about taking $5,000 worth of property, I think everybody should be deeply concerned about when we create a climate of impunity, because then it becomes fair game for anybody to go out and take down whatever they want to take down. We tried in our campaign, when we had actual records, we knew who stole one of our signs in a perfectly legal site. We reported to the sheriff's department and they did nothing. And so what it tells me is that some people enjoy impunity in our county and others do not. And I hope you don't think that serving as a county supervisor gives you lifetime impunity after you leave this office, because that would be bad, to have more people out there acting in this fashion where they feel like there will be no consequences when they do what they want to do, and they can even get paid. He responded to one of the folks that was there, I was directed by my employer to take down these signs. Well, now you've got a criminal conspiracy. And it's a sad thing that our sheriff and our district attorney won't investigate it. I think you need to push them to do that, to do an investigation as they are duty bound to do, as they would have done if this was a powerless person. And if the district attorney and the sheriff don't do it, I think you need to write letters to the state attorney general to say, I'm sorry, but the public officials in our county are too compromised to actually enforce the law. Thank you so much.
Mary Isha Corin.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I did want to mention, I think my husband forgot to mention that he is of Jewish ancestry, and so I think it's very significant that he is speaking out in support of the Palestinians and urging, I'd like to add my voice to it. I think that all of us are complicit when there's great crimes committed in our name. Our government at the federal level, sadly, is not calling for a ceasefire. And I think that all of us, even though we can't directly impact it, we can lend our voice in support of a ceasefire, because there are terrible atrocities being committed, and our president is sadly supporting it. So the reason I'm here, my primary reason, is to address the theft of the Strada Verde signs. I was really disturbed to see on KSBW News recently, the first report used the word shamelessly, that Anthony Botello admitted to shamelessly stealing 20 signs worth over $1,000. I've heard the number $5,000. The reason this really concerns me is I've been, as you all know, pretty politically active, and the theft of signs has plagued this community for, I would say, about 10 years. When we started Measure J, the ban on fracking 10 years ago, there was a lot of theft of our signs, and it has continued. And I think it's really unacceptable. It's really free speech that is being impinged upon, and I really believe that this county should hold people accountable, even if someone is a former supervisor for, I believe, 16 years. And I think it is pretty shameless that someone would think, because of their past involvement in government, that they are immune, because I believe other people, all of us in the audience, many of us here who have not held political office, would probably have been put in jail if we did something similar. But I do not touch anyone's sign. I think it's considered free speech. I would like to urge all of you to take a position on it. I do want to point out that Sheriff Taylor, last year, during the Measure Q campaign, refused to investigate several incidents where our signs, Measure Q signs, were stolen. We even had witnesses. We knew who it was. They refused to investigate. And I think it's a really bad precedent that the DA is also, supporting a, it's not a process, it's a civil case. I don't think it is. I think it's very criminal. And it's a very bad precedent. There are other signs. My friends in the Don't Dump on San Benito group have signs out. When you allow this type of thing to happen, it's open season on their signs as well. So I hope you will hold Anthony, or help to hold Anthony Botello accountable. Thank you.
I have two on Zoom. Elias Salinas, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Good grief. All these lawyers in the chambers today, it's amazing. I have been coming before you for months and months to get those signs down and to get those yellow Don't Dump in San Benito signs, some sign on 156 for some psychic, some marketing, whatever. There is an ordinance, and the lack of enforcement is an issue here, and that is what happened. Anthony Botello did not break the law. Sheriff Taylor nor the district attorney, Buckingham, are not being swayed in any way whatsoever because of the status that Botello had before. That's ridiculous. San Juan Canyon Road, Charles Wilson, the guy, we know that he took down a lot of oak trees. It's $2,500 to up to $10,000. What is the status on that? What San Benito lacks is enforcement of the laws that we have in San Benito County. And the approval, I would like Steve Luke to state, if not, at least to clarify with regards to the approval of FEMA. That doesn't mean that the FEMA funds are here. It means that it's been approved and the funds will be coming, or are the funds here? Just asking for clarification. And Gemela was very powerful in her speech, and we all have our views and whether we agree or disagree. And I want to remind that we are about to celebrate this weekend, starting on Thursday. And families get together and they thank, it's giving thanks. But the original Thanksgiving, please remember that actually started the genocide and the invasion of this country of the indigenous people. so that is exactly what is happening to the Palestinians. The Palestinians were forced into the Gaza Strip. Israel is not that old. Israel was given land and they forcibly put the Palestinians there, and they have nowhere and no one to rely on. They have to depend upon themselves. And the fact that there is no ceasefire, and you see all these poor children in the hospitals and the parents being separated. So just you don't have to do any kind of a proclamation, but it's just to think about, to sit back and think about what we are allowing to happen in another country that also happened to us. Thank you.
I have one other. You've been unmuted, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Maureen Nelson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So I had the luxury of being at the city council meeting until after midnight this morning, so I'm a little tired. But I wanted to call in about the signs. I am Don't Dump on San Benito. I am one of those members, and our signs are on private property. To state that they are illegal is a sham. To be removing signs that you as the public may disagree with is inappropriate. We all have the right of speech. It is a constitutional right that we are given. We are not harming anybody. Nobody is being killed by it, but people may have an opportunity to see another perspective, be informed, free speech, knowledge. This is key to our society. To have signs removed is immoral, it is unethical, and it is showing bias. So I just want to say that to have somebody who was a previous member of our county in a position of authority to be taking signs and placing them on their property, not even having the county pick up the signs, and then saying I was doing service for the community. You're doing service for yourself. You're not doing the community's service. To have the sheriff and the district attorney refuse to even state that this is unacceptable so that it deters future, that too is unacceptable. We need to have strong leaders. We need leaders that uphold the law, that uphold free speech. And as part of Don't Dump on San Benito, I will continue to put those beautiful yellow and black signs on private property to educate the public, because we're not getting always the fair shake through our means, through public newspapers and through elected officials. It is everyone's right to be able to see both sides of an issue. That is what politics is about. That's what we're getting in the mail currently about people running for office. Please honor free speech, and please hold others accountable that they should not be removing such items that are legally on private property. Thank you.
Next, I have Anthony Batallo.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Anthony Botello, San Juan Valley. And I guess I was part of some of this conversation this morning, and I decided to come in and talk to you about what we did and what I did. You know, I did take down some signs. Stop Strata Verde. Every single one of those signs were illegally placed on public right-of-way. Every single one of them. They were not permitted. They're not legal signs. And worst of all, they're scandalous and very misleading to the public with the information that are on those signs. There's not a shred of truth that's being talked about. And we heard the last speaker speak of freedom of speech. Well, you don't have the freedom of speech to mislead the public. You know, the Strata Verde project has been pretty dormant for the last 8 months. I'm not sure when it's get active again, if it does. This is really, whether it's you're for Strata Verde or against Strata Verde, these type of signs is really detrimental to economic development in our county. And we do need local jobs and businesses to locate here. But if you think have this type of horrible campaign by you know, a con artist as Frank Berrigan is going to help this county move forward, we're sadly mistaken. And what I did, there's not a shred of illegality to it. It was not stealing any signs. It's just like picking up garbage on the side of the road. And, you know, nobody should be allowed to put signs in a public right-of-way. And there's a lot of signs in the public right-of-way, and it's time that the county start enforcing their sign ordinance. And the last speaker spoke of a sign on private property. Her sign is not legal. It's not permitted. You know, I know businesses that have been told to take down their signs on private property, but it was not permitted through our sign ordinance. Either we amend or get rid of the sign ordinance or start enforcing it. And, you know, are we to be, there's, you know, as far as getting information out to the public, we have so many ways and means to get information out. You could write opinion pieces in Benito Link or on the social media platforms, but that's the way information gets out. Thank you very much for your time.
And I have one other on Zoom. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Annette Perez, and I am just talking to you today about Mr. Botello, Anthony Botello, who was just up. I'm sorry, but what he's behaving like is like a vigilante, and he can go around and just do what he wants. If he sees something as not correct or not happen, he's just going to make it happen. I'm sorry, that's not right. We have freedom of speech. I am Annette Perez. I am with Don't Dump on San Benito, and we have gotten permission where we have placed our signs. And I just want to encourage the supervisors to write a letter to the District Attorney, Joel Buckingham, encouraging him to do an investigation and to look into this matter and file charges appropriately. Anthony Botello, a former supervisor, he should not be able to decide that that sign is junk. He knows the proper authorities to report a sign, and it should be done properly. He should not be able to go around stealing signs and putting them on his property. And I think when he used the word we, he's right. He did not do this alone. He's done this with somebody else, and we know that. We voted on Strata Verde, all districts, we voted no. It doesn't give him a right to turn around and decide to promote the Strata Verde thing, and that he's decided this is the way the county should go, and that he has a right to take down those signs. I'm sorry, there are channels. If you feel that a sign is not illegal, then you go those channels and make it happen. I mean, that's how we found out about a sign that we had up. So I just would like you to write a letter and encourage our District Attorney, Joel Buckingham, to look into this matter and not let a citizen know that it's okay to go around and steal other people's signs because he doesn't like the message. This is America. We have freedom of speech, and sometimes this is the best way to inform the public about what's going on. That is our job, to educate people with what's going on with the landfill. We're trying to do that as best as we can, and I thank you for your time.
I have no further public comment.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comments for consent agenda?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. I have none for consent.
Thank you. Any supervisors have any items that they would like pulled? Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, thank you. 110 and 111, please. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Any other? No. Let's see. I had one that I have a question about. Where is it? 1-9. I'm going to pull 1-9. Okay. Can I get a motion to approve all the other items, please?
I'll move to approve the consent items 1.1 through 1.17 with the exception of 1.9, 1.10, and 1.11.
Second.
So all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to regular agenda. Item 2.1, discuss and provide staff direction on a drought and water task force for sharing information and facilitating drought and water shortage preparedness within the county's jurisdiction.
I'd like to invite up Chris Mangano. Should be presenting this particular item.
Good morning. Coincidentally, we had a National Weather Service winter weather forecast last Thursday, and we were advised that the drought is officially over. However, Senate Bill 552 was passed prior to that announcement, and we are required by this bill to form a committee to work with the water departments to establish a standing drought and water shortage task force. So I am here before you to decide if we want to form a Brown Act committee, or if we want to do something less formal and it could be a standalone committee, and how we want to handle this. On the committee, Steve Loop and I are kind of leading it for the county, and our water departments and our 2 cities are part of that also. Open for discussion on how to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Thank you. Okay, bring it back to the board. Any comments, questions, suggestions?
Madam Chair, I'd be glad to sit on
Supervisor
this meeting.
Kosmicki.
I would suggest an ad hoc, and I'd be glad to sit on it.
Madam Chair, even though I don't want to be on another ad hoc, I am very passionate about water conservation, and so I would not have a problem being on it with Supervisor Kosmicki. And I agree, an ad hoc would probably be the best. It's a short-term item.
Perfect. All right.
Okay, so it looks like we've got an ad hoc with Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Kuro. Thank you both for stepping up.
Perfect.
And they'll still be, working with all of you too.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we need to formally to have a motion for that, or?
No, it's within the chair.
Okay, so the ad hoc will be Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Kuro.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Okay, item 2.2, receive an annual future of public health update from the Public Health Department.
I'd like to invite up Dr. Scott. She'll be presenting this item.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to meet you again. The Future of Public Health is a state-based grant that has been given to local jurisdictions to improve public health. So this, one of their requirements is an annual update. So this presentation is the annual update for the Future of Public Health grant. This will be delivered by Janelle Ogunchain, who is an epidemiologist with Public Health.
you. Dr. Scott has already introduced this grant, and this is the required update to the Board of Supervisors. We're good. This is a good place to start here. So the public health funding.
Can you do me a favor? Will you can make sure that the microphone is on, and you might have to stand a little bit closer to it. We just have to make sure that we all can hear it, everybody in here, but also everybody online.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you hear? Is this closer?
Closer.
Okay. Gosh. All right. Okay. Better? Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you. The Future of Public Health grant was provided to us by the California State Budget 2022. The funding purpose is to expand the public health workforce with an additional goal of reducing health disparities. This was part of the baseline state budget, an ongoing item, and San Benito County was awarded $650,000 for 2022 and 2023. And this same funding has been allocated to us for the next 3 years. Public Health Services has, with this funding, Public Health Services has expanded public health workforce. We've created a new team dedicated to community health. This community health team is assigned the requirements of meeting these funding requirements. Excuse me. This community health team will fulfill the funding requirements by doing the following things: a community health assessment, the CHA, and the Community Health Improvement Plan, the CHIP. These are done in participation with community stakeholders. Additionally, the grant requires a strategic public health plan, which will be informed by the CHA and the CHIP. The CHA and the CHIP are in progress. We anticipate a final report in 2024, at which time a strategic public health plan will be developed. And the grant requires this annual update to the Board of Supervisors. The allocation in large part was due to demographics presented and highlighted on this slide. Our population is close to 60% Latino, and spanning these racial and ethnic groups is young. 25% of our population is 18 years of age or younger. And please keep these demographics in mind as we talk about the next slides. The next 3 slides discuss mortality in San Benito County. The mortality reflects a snapshot of the social conditions of the county and can help reveal health disparities that are of concern for public health. Here we see mortality trends over time. From the year 2000 to 2021, we see that following the orange line, that cardiovascular disease has decreased. However, looking at the light blue line, which is injuries, we see that's been increasing since about the year 2006. And zooming in to the most recent 3 years, we see that chronic disease, the green line, which includes diabetes, is now increasing. And we see again that that light blue line, injuries, continues to increase. Injuries includes drug overdose, alcohol-related deaths, as well as road injuries. Also, you can see the dark blue line, the recent spike of communicable disease, and that, of course, is COVID. In this next slide, we are looking at death rates for 3 diseases of significance for San Benito County residents' quality of life: diabetes, stroke, and heart disease. In this slide, we are comparing death rates in San Benito County to the California state average. This is another way to measure gaps and progress, because when the death rates are different, it is a clue that the social conditions are different between our county and other counties in the state or across the state generally. So for diabetes, we see that in San Benito County, we have almost 31 deaths to diabetes per 100,000 residents, compared to 23 as an average in the state. For stroke, we have 42 deaths per 100,000 residents compared to 37 in the state. For heart disease, however, we have 45, almost 46 deaths per 100,000 residents in San Benito County compared to almost 80 to 79 for California State. The social conditions are different. Our final slide on mortality is a snapshot about death in young people. For young people, we measure death by years of potential life lost. For example, we expect that a young person would live to 75. If a 25-year-old dies, that would be 50 years of life lost. So you see here on these slides that the major causes of death in young people in San Benito County, the major causes of years of life lost, and the impact of those deaths: drug overdose and road injury. Those are the top causes of death for young people and causing the years of life lost. However, it is also important to note that of concern, diabetes and colon and rectal cancers appear on this list. So these are emerging causes of death in young people in our county. Our last two slides discuss unequal health outcomes, also known as disparities. We've learned from public health over the past few decades that social conditions contribute significantly to both healthy and adverse outcomes. So these are social conditions here, socioeconomic factors. Income, employment, and education are examples, contributing up to 40% to health outcomes. Health behaviors such as smoking, drinking, diet, and exercise, behaviors which can be influenced by our surroundings, contribute up to 30%. Clinical health care, which covers access, quality, and continuity of care, contributes up to 20%. And our physical environment, up to 10%. With that perspective of how social conditions highlight and our county demographics in mind that we shared earlier, I'd like to share an example of health disparities here in San Benito County. Here we are looking at deaths among Latinos compared to deaths among whites in San Benito County during the time period 2020 to 2022. And we see that there are death rate ratios, which means, for example, looking down at the bottom at COVID-19, Latinos died at 4 times the rate of whites during that time period here in San Benito County. But COVID really highlights these health disparities, but it's not the only example of health disparities. So on this slide, we also see that stroke and Alzheimer's disease show differences in death rates between whites and Latinos. Finally, our next steps. So the future of public health funding, again, is to expand the public health workforce and help address these health disparities. The community health assessment and the community health improvement plan, the CHA and the CHIP, are ongoing. Again, we expect a final report in the spring 2024. The CHA and the CHIP are used to identify priorities and develop a public health strategic plan in 2024. And our team is looking forward to using data and enhancing partnerships to strengthen public health delivery and improve community health. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Do we have any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I do have one on Zoom. Ms. Celia Salinas, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, what is the outreach that is done to access as many people as possible that would benefit from this information and from education? As a child of migrant workers, I can tell you that I did not know that this department existed. I can tell you as an adult and a resident of, I knew it existed, but I didn't know what it did. So how can you reach the most people? Thank you.
I have no other public comment.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board?
One quick question, Madam Chair. I'm curious on the cardiovascular seems to be maybe the one positive trend. Just curious what might be attributing to the decline in cardiovascular. Is that a smoking decline, or what would that possibly be?
For the cardiovascular trend that we see over the
Over since
on those
2000 or
slides.
so, yeah.
There are definitely a number of risk factors, obviously, for cardiovascular disease, and smoking is one of them. So smoking would contribute to a decline. Other factors could include diet and exercise, and general quality of life in San Benito County. We don't have statistics,
Okay.
right? But
I was just curious,
broadly,
yeah, because
yep.
it's pretty startling, the decline, so. In a positive way. That's all, thank you.
Madam Chair.
I'm going to go to Supervisor Kuro, and then
I'm
I'll go
going
to
to tell you, Supervisor Kosmicki went right where I was going, being someone that monitors heart disease on a daily basis because of my husband. That's an amazing rate for San Benito County, and I would really love to learn more about why and how that could help with stroke and diabetes, but you nailed my question.
The only thing that I would add is that it may be an issue related to the difference in the air quality, the pollution that is in other parts of California versus here in San Benito. But until we get all of the data together for the 2024 report, we don't know exactly, but it is startling. It's quite a stunning difference.
Yeah, thank you. I had a question about talked about the COVID, the 4 times more likely to die from COVID if you're Latino as compared to white. What are do we have why that is specifically, the mechanisms of what leads to that? Why that disparity is there?
Again, that's part of the development of the CHA and CHIP, but some of the disparities that we recognized during the COVID pandemic were related to the workforce, so the conditions of the workforce. So if you were out there working and exposed to conditions, for example, in restaurant work, or if you were working in multiple locations, and some areas of housing which were potentially more crowded than other areas. So those were all risk factors that could contribute to a higher rate of negative COVID experience, whether it's death or degree of illness.
Thank you.
One more thing I would add is that this is a national disparity. So we are seeing, and what we have learned from COVID is that there are a lot of social conditions throughout the U.S. that contributed to Latinos and other vulnerable racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic communities that did not do as well, that did much worse during COVID. So I think it's important that we tease out what else we can do here at the jurisdiction level.
Thank you very much for the annual report. Hopefully Benito Link will maybe report it out so that we can have some of this information go out a little more public, but thank you very much. Okay, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and take a 10-minute recess, and I would encourage everybody here to go out and check out the public health mobile van that is located right out front. Thank you.
What an exciting day. I didn't think we'd have all that excitement with the signs.
Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. We're going to start with the next item, item 2.3. We're going to receive an informational presentation on the Behavioral Health Department regarding department culture, training, and the reorganization of the department. We'll have both Dana Edgell and Dr. Clark.
All right. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to be here with you today. It is my birthday, and I typically don't work on my birthday, but I'm really happy to be here with you and to share some information about our department, where we've been, where we're going, and how we hope to see more collaboration and partnership to really support our community. So what do I do next? So I'm Dana Edgell. I'm here with Dr. Clark, and we will be co-presenting related to the Behavioral Health Department. Okay. Whoopsie. Okay. So we thought it would be fun to take a picture of some of our amazing staff in front of this, our new building. So we are located on Community Parkway in Hollister, and there's an amazing group of folks that have been working tirelessly to support our community, and we're hoping to grow our ranks of staff. We will talk about that as one of our current concerns and challenges. We also would like to share a little bit about our department and how we're structured, so you can have an understanding, and our public can have an understanding of who we are mandated to serve, and some of the funding and some of the mandates that are part of our Behavioral Health Department. It's also important to mention that the Behavioral Health Department is over 99% funded by federal, state, and other grant funding. So the Behavioral Health Department receives less than 1% of our over $12 million budget from county general funds. We do provide services. Can you hear me okay? I'm probably a little louder than Janelle, but I want to make sure. For individuals that have Medi-Cal, that are Medi-Cal members, and we provide specialty mental health, and we also oversee the Drug Medi-Cal Organized Delivery System, that's DMC-ODS. And these services are provided for individuals that really have more of the acute and chronic severe mental health and substance use disorder conditions. We also receive funding through the Mental Health Services Act, and that really has been really instrumental to many counties. That was a proposition that was passed in the early 2000s to levy a 1% tax on individuals who have an excess of $1 million in their personal income, and that funding goes to the state and then gets distributed to counties. And what's nice about this funding, it's allowed us to focus on prevention and early intervention. It's helped us to bring in funding to address our workforce, and also to provide funding for our capital facilities and technology. So some of the funding, we were able to access that to help develop and have our new building. We're very excited about the community outreach, and in fact, the last presentation that we saw where we were learning, I've seen it before, but just really emphasizing the need to prevent drug overdoses, and particularly in our younger population. We do have some funding, and I'm really excited to partner with public health and with members of our community so we can do more outreach and education, help youth and families to understand what's happening. It's a really scary time for parents because of what's happening in our communities, and there's a lot that can be done to support our family members and our young folks to take some action to support themselves and their peers. We'll go more into some other funding that we have, but we're launching a mobile crisis starting in January of 2024. And we've also been very active to have diversion courts. So we have programs in place to help individuals when there is some intersection with law enforcement and with the legal system related to their mental health and substance use disorders, and some of the behaviors that can get them involved with those systems. So we really want to work together to support folks and get them out of the legal systems and back into the community. And we work really hard with a lot of departments and with a lot of community members. We work with probation, with child protective services, public health, education, law enforcement, our local hospital, our health clinics, superior courts, our community-based agencies, and our community members. So we are very busy out there. I'm going to hand things over to Dr. Clark, and he can share a little bit about when he came in and some of what happened to help our department.
Approximately a year ago, I think you all recall recruiting somebody to be a behavioral health director. I volunteered as an interim for a while to help provide experience, leadership, and oversight to the department. improve organizational culture, functions, and structure, and we'll go into more detail about what that means. Guide the department through the period of transition, and assist in recruiting and identifying and hiring a permanent director. We've had, I think, and I've been hearing from the community and others, that we have made some significant changes that have really improved the relationship we have internally and with the community. Our organizational culture, and I did this professionally because recent research shows that the better, more positive a clinic is, or a program in behavioral health is about what they can do and what they do, then the better outcomes they have. So you really want to have an environment that is very positive, promotes health, promotes emotional well-being, and then extends that out into the community. And that what that can do is that the clients that you serve and the community that you try to help prevent issues can really work together. That helps with staff morale. It helps with teamwork. We did some teamwork training with that, and the collaboration and coordination. We then got into some organizational structure, and I'll again do some more detail with that. But we looked at functions of what kind of what our employees, what they perform and what they do. And we tried to tie that together a little more closely so that we had our administrative support and our clinic support and our community support in teams that can really respond effectively and can work together and get things done better. We included in our organizational redesign wellness promotion. Really, I think, trying to get upstream so that instead of being the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, we're instead preventing people from jumping off the cliff in the first place. And that has a lot to do with disease prevention in relationship to public health as well. We have dedicated staff, but we also think that promotional opportunities, educational opportunities, work study, and recruitment and pathways into behavioral health. There is a crisis statewide, nationally in the mental health professionals, the ability to hire them. We have a unique problem here in San Benito County, is that our benefits aren't quite as lucrative as they are in Santa Clara, which is right next door, in Monterey and Santa Cruz. And so that really impacts our ability to bring in qualified staff. And some of the things that we've done with that have to do, we'll talk a little bit more later.
And then maybe we'll just do that. Less than 3 minutes left. There's so much to talk about. So I think Dr. Clark mentioned some of what's happened related to roles and responsibilities. We did want to emphasize that working with a consultant, we were able to prevent the reversion, meaning money's going back to the state, of over $1.7 million to $8. And that's really critical to emphasize because we are at a very crucial point where behavioral health needs to really invest and work together across our departments so that we can have the fiscal reporting in place so that we are not at risk of reversion. So right now our funding is lumped into two categories related to mental health and substance use disorders, and we really need to delineate the funding streams. We're really excited about some of the changes that have happened and what we've been able to bring into our community. Highlighting our SAFE team, that's our mobile crisis team they have launched, and we are seeing that involuntary holds for people experiencing mental health crises in San Benito County has decreased. We really appreciated the public support from Benito Link to help us get that message out there. We've expanded services quite a bit on our children, youth, and family side, and that happened primarily because we were able to execute contracts for services. So right now we have no wait time for children and youth, but unfortunately on our adult side we do. We have lost some staff and we have not been able to execute contracts with an entity, partly because of what Dr. Clark alluded to related to benefits. That's also in place related to payment reform. So under CalAIM, payment reform has occurred so that the Medi-Cal rates are different in every county. And so that creates competition, both in terms of retaining staff, but also for contractors. So we're in negotiations, renegotiation with a contract provider to see if they can provide physical services here in San Benito County. And we're also exploring contracts to increase telehealth, because for some folks that works and it is an option. So, Dr. Clark says that
We want to expand our collaborative courts. We have, as we mentioned, a behavioral health diversion, and we have a drug diversion court. We're going to be working on establishing the care court. That's moved the deadline or start for that is January 2025.
A lot of things are happening. So I won't go through this whole list, but it just gives you, and we've talked about some of them, but there's a lot going on in the behavioral health world. It's really an unprecedented time of change and opportunity, and it's requiring, a lot of work, which we're not afraid of, though we do have some system capacities and some challenges that I'm working together with Ray and with Henny to see what does our department need to fully implement, all of these amazing things. So I guess we're timed out. I just want to say just one thing that I really want to emphasize is that we are also very dedicated to equity and to looking at language equity, making sure that everything that we're offering is bilingual, makes sense from a cultural perspective, and also paying attention to the needs of individuals that speak indigenous languages in our community. So you do have this PowerPoint. I think I need to stop now. And
well, you can wrap up. Spend
okay.
a minute or two more to wrap up.
All right. So we've spoken about some of the challenges, and also just wanted to mention some of the legal and the housing challenges. So it is an exciting time. Behavioral health is receiving some funding to help provide some short-term transitional housing for individuals, though now we're getting into the housing game. So we're having to figure out, how do we do master leases? How do we find rental units? How do we, we're competing with everybody else for during a housing shortage. So there's opportunities, again, some challenges. And then with the legal system, I'll be next month coming back and sharing a presentation related to a new Senate bill that was passed, which increases the eligibility criteria for involuntary holds and conservatorship for individuals that have substance use disorders. And our chair and Supervisor Zanger already received that presentation at our Behavioral Health Board and thought it would be informational for our public and for everybody to really understand what that means. On a positive note, there will be more equity for individuals with substance use disorders, but the systems and the infrastructure just are not in place at this time. And we are of the mind to try and always have voluntary treatment because we know that there's much better outcomes. So we've talked a little bit about how can we increase our workforce, and we do have some opportunities to partner, for example, with CSUMB Monterey Bay with their Master of Social Work program and some other local universities. So we're going to have to get creative about how we provide the supervision and support for our interns, but we are optimistic about that. As you know, I'm on the faculty and I have a close relationship with the chair of the department, Maria Garola, and she's really excited to reestablish internship. We'll just need to have the structure in place. And we're also looking to see how can we increase our contracted services when we need to. So for example, with our public health partners, we'd really like to do more around education and outreach to our public, to members of the community. And so we have some opportunity there, and we are, again, excited and have a lot to look forward to, and I look forward to continued partnership with our board and with our members of our public.
I want to say two last things. One is that we established an electronic health record that took us up a notch as far as getting accurate and clear information that can improve outcomes for clients and increase incomes for the department as far as getting resources into it. Also want to thank the CAO, the county council, the board members for all their support. We have an excellent staff over there. It's tough to hold on to them because of some of the challenges of being able to get to other places, but we're trying to do the kind of promotions and alternate ways of bringing folks on board. I really and I look forward to hearing how Dana works with you folks over the next 20 years.
Oh, goodness. I'll be here. This will be my annual birthday event. And I really want to make sure, I think Dr. Clark mentioned, we really want to thank the staff of San Benito County Behavioral Health. We're only as strong and healthy as our workforce is, and there's just amazing, dedicated people that I've had the pleasure to meet and work with. So I really want to emphasize and thank the folks that work tirelessly to help our community. We've done that.
Any questions?
Well, thank you both for the presentation. Let's go to public comment first, please.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Zenger?
Yeah, just thank you. Thank you for all the work that you've done, Dr. Clark, and great to have you on board now, and happy birthday. I think that's it, though.
Thank you.
Yeah, real brief. It's been a long haul, and it seems to me we're on the right track. So I appreciate that. Main question, though, is just do we have a sense for level of improvement in morale with the staff? That was a big issue in the last several years, and it's a big part of a lot of the changes that we're trying to make. So I'm just curious if you have thoughts you can share on that.
That's an excellent question, and we've talked. What I'd like to do is we've been working with a consultant, and they're still working with us. But I know that not everybody loves surveys, but it is one way to try and get a baseline around the changes, around morale, what the improvements that folks have seen, and some of the areas that are still concerning. So our plan is to have a baseline and likely do that through an organizational survey.
Right. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you for all the work that you've done and the changes that you brought to the department, because we're all aware that there have been some issues at that department. And you know how that saying says, picture says 1,000 words. I looked at the picture of your staff, and everyone is smiling in the photo, and that's indicative of inner peace and happiness there, at least at the job site. And so thank you for that. I was wondering if you can explain a little bit how you plan on moving forward with working with the Central Coast Alliance and developing the No Wrong Door, because I'm familiar with that policy, but kind of share it with the community, because I love that No Wrong Door aspect, and we're embracing it. Pat yourself in the back. Thank you.
Absolutely. So I really want to emphasize that every Medi-Cal beneficiary that has full scope Medi-Cal, I know that gets a little complicated, but we can help. Anyways, has a right to mental health services, behavioral health and substance use disorders, mental health and substance use disorder services. So in January of next year, behavioral health will be working with Central California Alliance for Health and working with a contractor that they subcontract with called Carillon. So the No Wrong Door means if somebody knocks on behavioral health's door or somebody knocks on Beacon's door, that we are both committed to having an integrated screening and referral process. So that would mean that regardless of what door a person shows up to or whoever they call, that we will help get that person to care. So we've had a few meetings to discuss how we're actually going to do that. They will need to be growing their provider base to provide services. So Carillon will provide services for Medi-Cal members who have mild to moderate mental health concerns and autism spectrum diagnoses for children and youth. And then behavioral health is providing the specialty mental health care. So it's a continuum of services that will be available in San Benito County. I believe in the past we worked with Anthem Blue Cross for that benefit, the managed care benefit, and there were some challenges. So does that help, Supervisor Gonzalez?
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, thank you so much, Dr. Clark, for going over the hill and spending some time with us. Really appreciate your knowledge and assisting us and guiding us through a hard time, lack of leadership. I try to do my best filling in for a little bit, but it was definitely a pleasure to have you there permanently. So I want to thank you, and as well Dana, for coming on board and working with us. So I just wanted to thank both of you. Great staff over there, by the way.
Yes, I agree.
My turn.
Oh.
So a couple of things. I really appreciate the willingness and the desire to partner with public health and kind of work on kind of the drug awareness and prevention, obviously with their presentation previously in the last item, and seeing that that's really the number one thing that is
affecting our children and cause of death is very alarming. And how do we get out ahead of that? And I think it's all of us working together. So seeing that collaborativeness is awesome. And I appreciate that you saying, how dedicated you are to equity and making sure that things are bilingual and trying to kind of meet people where they are, I think is really, really awesome. I look forward to working with you on the staffing challenges and what we possibly can do. I think it's a special workplace, San Benito County, but that's obviously not going to be enough, right? And so I think working together, we can hopefully get there. Is there any possibility of, in the future, doing some type of chart, kind of like what we saw in the public health presentation, where we can kind of see, okay, what are the things that maybe we've gotten better at or worse at, substance abuse, the mental health, just the different things that maybe are facing our community. I don't think we know probably what they all are. We're definitely not all experts in behavioral health, but if I don't know, just if there was a chart, I feel like it's so easy to kind of understand. And I'm not asking for one right now, but just maybe next year, hopefully when you do this annual report, it's kind of like, oh, these are kind of the biggest issues that are facing our community that you're experiencing in behavioral health, and maybe areas that we've improved in.
Yes. So thank you for not asking for that today. And definitely working together with public health. There's a lot of data that we can get from the California Department of Public Health. And so yes, we should be able to provide.
Awesome, thank you. Dr. Clark, it has been such a pleasure to work with you. Thank you so much for coming here and helping and providing us some guidance. And I was fortunate enough to sit on behavioral health and got to kind of work with you this last year. And so thank you so much. I hope you're not going too far. You're always a phone call away, hopefully. And to our new behavioral health director, Dana, I just really look forward to working with you. I really appreciate your excitement and your enthusiasm and how positive you are. And so hopefully we are off to an amazing start and great things to come for this community. And have an amazing birthday today. All right. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to skip over. We pulled item 2.4 to be heard at a future date, so we are not going to address that item. The next item up will be 2.5, discuss and receive an updated presentation on the American Rescue Plan Act.
We have Ramon Abon. He'll be presenting this item. He's our budget officer. Ramon.
Good morning, everyone. So you should be able to, in a few minutes, I'll see if I can put a list up on the screen. So what we wanted to do is provide an update so that the board members can see and the public can see that we've been moving forward on a lot of these programs. The first 6 on the list are completed. So I don't know if you want me to go.
Is there any possibility of getting that a little clearer? A little hard to read. There we go. Can we maybe make it a little bigger? I know we all have it in front of us and with our computers, but I'm just concerned the public there. That's better. Thank you. Sorry, Ramon.
So hopefully that's a little better. So I don't know if you want me to read the programs as I go down the list for the completed programs, or just not necessary.
Ramon, I don't think it's necessary. What I would do is just highlight some of the available funding that we have. I'll just go ahead and open up. So the board gave us some direction, allocated some funding to about $1 million, a little bit over $1 million, to look at some property for homelessness. With that specific property that we did look at per the direction of the board is unavailable, and at that point we wanted to bring this back to your board for discussion and open session. And with the last 6 months or so discussing items with your board, there's been an increase of of concerns from the public about potholes and addressing some potholes. So what we have before your board today is reallocating that $1 million and having an open discussion with your board. Your board may not want to put that money where we're recommending to put it. You may want to put it somewhere else or change some of the figures or percentages. But I think in general, I think these are fairly decent numbers. There's also another point I do want to highlight is that we're obligated to have this money spent, and we have some items here. If you look at it, there's 0%, 5%. There's small percentages. So with that, we do have Steve here. We have also reached out. I reached out to the sheriff this week to discuss kind of the status on the tower system, the CRIS system, because we have some pretty big numbers here. We have $2.5 million for the library that we're going to be allocating. We don't know where we're at with the timing of that. It may go beyond by the time we start doing the construction. So we have to. We're going to be coming back to your board, is what I'm prefacing and saying, that we're going to probably have to do some things with this or put some money somewhere else and then take the money somewhere else to cover those costs. But we'll come back to your board. We're going to do some more homework on that. The CRIS system, I'm not sure how long that's going to be. I did get a response back that the sheriff's organization has not got a final report back what the cost would be and what the ETA would be on that, because we have to spend that money. We have a certain amount of time. So with that, we have these items. We are being, we're all focused on that. I know Steve's here, like I said. He can highlight where we stand with some of these projects. A lot of them are small projects, but there are some significant ones that we really have to address timely. With that, I did want to, just and maybe Ramon, you can just highlight the ones that we have outlined on the recommendation, and then just have an open dialogue with your board. And that's basically what I wanted to share with the board.
So the programs we're recommending are not on this list. These are the programs that were allocated a certain amount. What we're going to do is we're going to take item number 25, the placeholder for the land acquisition. We're recommending that the board allocate $1 million to go toward pothole work. It's on the agenda item. It's part of the report. And so to go toward pothole work, that would be $450,000, and then for facilities, $250,000, and then we're recommending debris storm prevention work. That's $100,000, and then for weed abatement, another $100,000, and then we have illegal dumping enforcement, so that's another $100,000. So the total is $1 million. So that's the recommendation right now. We can keep it as is, or if your board would like to move things around so that the amounts are different, we can probably do that as well.
Madam Chair, I'd like to add one more comment. I do know that there has been a request out of Health and Human Services to utilize or to find some funding for housing for their office at the site at the migrant camp. There's 11 spots that they're looking at having more of a permanent kind of residency there. So that's another request. It's about $700,000. So with that, we will be coming back to your board and looking at this a little closer where we stand with some of these items. Specifically the tower, there might be some potential savings, but we really don't know yet. So so with that, that's all we wanted to report to you, to your board.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any comments, questions? Supervisor Kozmicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the recommendations, but as always, I believe the board should take those recommendations and then have that conversation, potentially, change some of it a little bit. So overall, it's obvious to me that we got to get moving on these projects. I think, it's potentially having such a long list seems to be complicating the matter as opposed to having a smaller list that are higher dollar amount. It seems that maybe would have been a better, in hindsight, and that's on me as much as anybody. But I just want to make sure that we don't send a penny back to the feds, and that's really ultimately should be the priority here, that we are not going to be sending any money back, and I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with that. Can you elaborate on the 250 for facilities? Is that, I know we had talked about the upstairs here. Are we talking about that, or are we talking about something else?
Yeah, for that and something else. So if there's any there's some maintenance, there's things that we have to work on. I know this building upstairs, there was a rental to clean out some of the gutters and other things. So there's some maintenance costs that that we need to look at. I know heating, air conditioning at some of the places, like the jail site. There's been some ongoing issues. So at least having some of that money to address some of those things.
Okay. Well, I made it clear in the past how I feel about that project. I understand I'm in the minority there overall. I would hope that we can, include some, it looks like we might have savings on some other matters. So I maybe today is a broader discussion about preferences, even taking into account the possibility that some of these other dollar amounts on that schedule are going to be reduced potentially as far as project costs goes. I noticed the public information officer was on the list, and I know we've likely had some savings on that one. I'm just wondering, when we have something like that, does that just become part of the ongoing conversation as far as available dollars? Because it seems like we saved some money there as well. So he shook his head yes, so I take that. COVID testing, 73,000 of 100,000 spent. Are we continuing? I guess public health was just here and talked about that we're not funding COVID testing for the private insurers, but we are for. So what are we done with? Can you elaborate on the COVID testing? That would be another 20.
We have Tracy on the line. She can answer that question in particular with regards to that. I can just go back to the PIO piece. We do have a city contract right now with them to help us with PIO services, so that would be covered with that until we actually hire somebody.
What is that contract?
It's a small contract. You want to go up and just? It's just based on. It's basically if there is an issue that comes up, an emergency, they will help, and we will cover just the cost to do the work.
It's not an ongoing cost.
No, it's not. It's just only the cost.
It's as needed,
It's
and
as
so
needed.
far we have it. It's not fully executed, but we plan to execute very soon, and it's.
And it's a small amount. It's not going to be.
It's an amount not to exceed 20.
I would really like us to get moving on hiring up. I know it's out there and it's hard to hire, and HR's here and everything. I think we have to have a PIO on board at some point here that to help us communicate a lot of these big issues.
Good morning. Yes, so we do have an open recruitment right now. We do have some candidates that we're getting ready to notice for interviews, so we are in the process.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's still a priority.
It is a priority.
It's still very active.
There's a lot of work, and we want to defer that work from the analyst to the PIO. So
okay.
Yes.
The other question on the park projects, I know Steve's here. Is there a timeline, the slate of all these park projects? Because I'm hoping that we can start getting moving on some of these, so we're not up against the clock. So I'm sorry for putting you on the spot, Steve, or if maybe that's.
And Steve will come up and be able to probably elaborate further on specifically those projects. But we are very concerned as well. We have been talking with the auditor's office. We are up against the time on this. There are some other avenues that we could potentially take, is actually to put it, like I said, and not lose this money, put it to salaries, and then redirect those funds back to the project. So that's a possibility. We will look at that this next year. If that's something we're going to do, we will come back to your board so we don't lose a dime of this. But we'll have to allocate that, and we want to make sure that we get board approval. My time's up. No, but we want to make sure that your board is aware of where the funding's at and how it's going to be distributed. So, Steve.
Yeah, so regarding the parks, I'll first mention the two that we haven't started yet because we're trying to construct the remodels first. And so we haven't started the potable water, which is item 7 or 17, the new restrooms. And we're going to do those at the same time, ideally. We're trying to research a little bit where we're going to put the septic field for item 17 for the new bathroom for the $750,000 item. Regarding the projects that we have started, which is the remainder, the Veterans Park ADA bathrooms, we actually finished a design, and then the Parks and Rec Commission recommended a change, and so we switched up the design, and they recommended one additional small change, so that's in the final design stage. And so once we get those plans finalized, which will happen definitely in December. Matter of fact, I just saw some emails. Then we can put it out to bid, or have our job order contractors construct it. It's basically ADA upgrades, and one of those changes, which was a good change for Veterans Park, was to actually switch the location of the ladies and the men's room, because it just made more sense. And so we're doing that, and so we can start building those in the spring, pending weather. Similarly with the historical park restroom, we're making possibly one additional change to that plan per recommendation from Parks and Rec, and those plans will be finalized as well. We'll go out to bid. Veterans Park, we've gone through kind of 3 major iteration designs on Veterans Park, and what that is it's resurfacing the parking lot, restriping and adding lights and a few signs, and then kind of segmenting off an area for food and vendors and folks just to congregate, which is over kind of near the playground area portion of the park. And so we met with all the managers of the sports teams, the stakeholders, and they provided their input, and we completed the design, and then we kind of took that to the Vets Park Commission, and they made some more changes, including adding another driveway connection to Memorial Drive there. So that's going into its 3rd iteration of design, and then the construction schedule for that will be after the leagues are finished in the summer. So then as soon as they're done, I think it's July or August, we'll start constructing those improvements in the summer. So that's the park update.
Okay, and I just want to make sure, because some of these commissions don't meet very often, that there's back and forth, and they're coming back 3 months later. I would suggest, if they're going to make recommendations that require you to come back, that maybe we have to hold a special meeting or something, just to make sure that, because of the timeline, especially now I just don't want us to be pushing it with this timeline thing and having to shift money over, which makes me nervous from an accountability standpoint, I would say. But yeah, I would just trying to make sure we're staying on schedule here.
Sounds good.
Appreciate that update. And then as far as preferences go, for me, really appreciate the road maintenance contractor being on there. I think that's absolutely essential right now. The weed maintenance contractor is essential. I do support, obviously, illegal dumping, as I've stated in the past, so I can't say that. I would definitely say that I would appreciate. The facilities part, like I said earlier, I understand where the votes came down on that. I'm kind of hoping that can be part of this conversation about available funding that frees up, and maybe we have more available funding than even we're talking about today. So assuming that we're going to spend the $250, which I can only assume we are, I would also recommend one item that I would like to see that really hasn't come forward yet, but I'm just going to throw it out there anyway. As far as I know that the AI discussion had come up, and Supervisor Zanger had requested AI, I believe, taking a look at AI, is having strong consideration as soon as possible for us to get AI Spanish translation services for all of our meetings. I think it's time we do this. The City of Hollister recently went through this, so we should have a good template for how it's done, what it costs, and I would like to see that included in this conversation if possible. That would be something that I would really strongly support. And then otherwise, if there is available money, again, understanding the $250,000 part, we have the Pinnacles branding issue coming up soon, and Pinnacles branding, home of Pinnacles National Park, branding our county as home of Pinnacles National Park is something that was actually on this list previously, and it got taken off just with shuffling of dollar amounts. So I think for me, I would hope that can be part of the conversation, if not today, at some point with this available money. And then brought up previously about this slate of road projects that we're doing, And if we deem that there might be a necessity at some point to hire a project manager to free Steve up for a lot of these other things, including all these projects on this list, ironically, that Steve has been tasked with, I think if it becomes an issue for us and we're really seeing that these road projects that we all want to get done are not necessarily staying on schedule, that we might want to consider what it might, what it might entail to bring in a project manager to oversee that. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Pearl?
Thank you so much for all the update on the ARPA funding and where it's going. I'm going to agree with Supervisor Kosmicki about the public information officer. I think that is a major priority. But I am concerned about the communications and the KISS program or KISS system for the Sheriff's Department. That is
Chris.
KRIS system for the Sheriff's Department. We've been on this ad hoc, and I just feel like we're spinning our wheels, not getting very far very fast. So the last ad hoc that we had, we were very concerned that it was going to be a large number that might be coming back to us, and we have, from your comments, we have no cost determination and no ETA on the project. Is that right? Did I hear you right?
Well, no, maybe I should have stated that the sheriff is looking into the cost. There is an estimate, but we still don't have confirmation, so we don't really have a firm cost yet. And I don't know, is the sheriff online? He said he'd be available.
Right now we have, for the sheriff's communications, 1.85 million set aside, and that might not be enough.
He's thinking it's 1.4.
Oh, so it
But
might be
it might be, that's for the equipment, but we're not sure, there might be some other costs. So I'm thinking it might be a little less than the 1.8. But I don't know yet. That's why I was reaching out to him to get a handle on the cost.
My biggest concern is life safety and communication of our deputies with, it's just, we all agreed that this is a priority. Yeah. And I know it's a priority for the Sheriff's Department, but I really want it to be known that if we have money moving and it's needed there, what is it needed to make this happen? And I do know it's way more complicated than, what I know. It's a much bigger, and it's not solving South County. This influx of money is not even solving the South County communications. So that's my comments on this. The only other thing is I do like that we have shifted to potholes. I do agree. Contracting for potholes right now, I'm very supportive of that. I was just talking to Steve during our break about that. The storm and the weed abatement and the illegal dumping, all very important. If there is savings at the end, or if we do have any shifting, the abbreviation, the LATCF, is the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund. Is that the one at the bottom?
That's correct.
28? And we've done 1%. What's the plan there? Do we have a plan? Because I don't feel like I understand what the plan is. Okay, we don't have a plan. It's available.
Well, I guess for me, let's go back to this, because I believe what I'll have to do is go back, look at our notes and come back to you on that one, because if I recall, there was approximately $330,000, if I remember correctly.
That's right.
That was I don't know if it was available or what we were going to do to put to that program. I'll get back to you.
I would really like to know.
I just don't know specifically what actually happened with that, but I'm pretty sure that that was an allocation of that amount for that. So.
The only other one is the IT allocation, and we've spent 25%. I know that staff is working very hard to make sure that we are as secure as possible. But again, one of my focus areas is making sure that our network is completely secure. So I know roads are important and potholes are important and all these things are important, but if we are compromised, it will devastate us. So I'm really going to keep focusing on IT and communications.
And I'll just add to that. I do know that we're pretty close to spending the $1 million. They've actually there's an accrual of close to that amount right now that they have towards equipment for safety and for actually security, I should say, and other means. So I agree with you, and they're spending the money.
And another priority position to fill besides the PIO is the IT manager. I know, I harp on it all the time. You can't keep taking on all this, Ray. Okay, the last thing I have is I totally agree with the translations of the board meetings. We discussed this at a CMAP meeting that we had, and CMAP has been working with some counties in the valley that they were testing this AI and immediate translation, and they were going to be coming back to us. So I know that next year agenda item, but I'm very supportive of the bilingual board meetings. Thank you.
And I just so you know, I believe Vanessa and we have been talking endlessly about this, and she's been looking at that as well. So, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. On that note, what's the ballpark cost of something like that for the translation services?
If I made City of Hollister, just so we just recently did this, so they would have good numbers. But sorry.
Do you know their numbers?
I don't. No.
Thank you for the question. I was just writing an email to the city clerk at the City of Hollister for that. I don't have a figure for you, but I definitely will get back to you.
Yeah, I don't even know generally where that is. I have no idea what
At
that
the
would
clerks
be close to.
at the clerks meeting, that was one of the I asked Vanessa to ask some questions, and that was one of them, was the translation services and what other counties are doing, and to get some feedback from the Clerks Association.
Yeah, and I did ask that question at a roundtable that we had with the other counties. So the majority of counties don't provide translation services during meetings. County of San Diego did. They're a huge county, and they had 15 translators at their meetings, and for one meeting it cost them, I believe they said, about $60,000 for those translators, but none of the other counties had that ability or had that available to the public.
We'll talk to the city and we'll look at AI.
Yeah, well, you're talking about a physical translator.
Yes,
Yeah,
that was
we're
the only
talking
one that the
about
counties
just
had. If they
AI
had one, it
translation.
was a physical translator.
And Supervisor Zanger, if I can just tell you from the CMAP meeting that we had, CMAP is making this sound much more affordable with AI, and they are really testing that technology. So it's not going to be 100% perfect translation, but it sounds like it's going to be more affordable and nothing near that.
Yeah, I think that's
in-person
great. Yeah, I
translation.
mean, I've heard it's pretty close to 100%. I mean, it's pretty good, I guess. So, looking forward to it. Okay, thank you for that, Vanessa. Thank you. It's just great that we got the pothole money here. We brought it up very recently. It's great to have it back already and found money for it. So that's great. People are gonna love that. I think it's super important. I know it's a major concern in at least in my district. So the CEO, you mentioned the jail air conditioning. Wasn't that like a lot more than 250?
Well,
Maybe like a
again, these
ton,
are just
right?
examples of things that come up that we could utilize the funding for. That's kind of what I was given.
Okay.
So there's a lot of money that we could spend on facilities and infrastructure.
Got it.
So yeah. Now, just as a side point, again, like I mentioned in my opening remarks, this is not set in hard stone. We can pull the 250 back and at least have it open. Come back to your board when we have a little bit more clarity on some of these the PIO funding that we have allocated and some of these other funding sources, and then maybe come back to the board with another allotment of funding that we could redirect to somewhere else. So it's totally your board's call. I just know that we do have some infrastructure needs in the county.
Right. Got it. Okay. I don't know. I think the only other comment that I want to make is just about the Pinnacles branding that Supervisor Kosmicki brought up. Super important, I think. I know it's kind of been talked about for a couple of years now, on and off, and I think there hasn't really been a whole lot done for that. So I really do want to keep pushing that. If we end up with some money here, no matter how this turns out, it'd be great if we could push the Pinnacles branding more. So.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I kind of stayed quiet earlier because I was kind of waiting for the tenor of this conversation to see where it's going. And my only concern is that we are mindful to the promises that we made to the community, that we steadfast, because I keep hearing you say it's up to the board, we can change this. And that concerns me. If we made a promise to the community that we're going to allocate one of these line items to an expenditure, I want to make sure that we hold fast to our word. And I understand there's a deadline of spending it. Otherwise, it may risk reverting back, and I don't want to give any money back either. But I just want to make sure that we are true to our word to the community of the projects that we've allocated. And I understand if there's some savings, yes, spend it elsewhere. And I'm all for fixing the roads. I understand, traffic is just terrible, and the conditions of the roads are just terrible. I just don't want to take that away from something that we've promised the community. So thank you for that. And then going back to the LATCF, it was a $330,000. We gave 1% of that to. It wasn't CSEC. It was it RCRC that we gave to?
I believe it was a NACO representative.
Okay, yes. So it
through
was
CSAC.
Yes, but they had asked all of the counties to donate back 1% for an expenditure. And so what I had hoped that we were going to do with that money is that, and again, I don't have a plan per se, but that we as a community can work to develop and work with our native residents, the population, and again, I do not have a hard, steadfast project that I would like to allot it to, but I would just like to leave it there to build on that. I know that we're talking about the 150th and maybe bringing in some sort of native ceremonial type of thing. So there's potential funds for that. But not the whole 330, but I'm just saying, I would like to use that for maintaining and developing the native relationships with the community and the county. So there's a portion to at least reserve and set aside. But if we're looking at the December 31st deadline of 2024, again, I don't want to lose it and have to give it back. So that's just my concern. Thank you.
I'm a little bit concerned with reallocating the money right now, just because I feel like some of the items that we have on the list that have not been completed yet, the Vets Park and the Historical Park, some of those items are actually coming in higher than what they were budgeted for. And so I guess I agree with Supervisor Gonzalez that I want to make sure that whatever we've promised to get done, we're able to get those done. And I think we budgeted those several years ago, and obviously things have increased substantially over the last few years. So I wouldn't want to tie up all of this money right now, just in the chance that some of those things are coming in higher. And same with the radio, the IT communications for the sheriffs. If it comes in lower, that's fantastic. But what if it comes in a little bit higher? I think we need a little bit of breathing room. The deadline is December 31st of 2026. So essentially we have, right? Or am I getting that wrong? I thought
So
that was
to spend the money, yes, 2026.
To spend the money, 2026.
We have to obligate it. And the definition that I read was to obligate by December 31st of 2024 would mean the county would have to have an order placed for property and services and enter into contracts, subawards, and similar transactions that require payment. So
okay. So essentially we have 1 year to
year
really
to
figure this
make
out,
our-
right?
exactly.
Not a lot of time.
The problem
It's
is,
not a long time.
Yeah, if we get down to the end and all of a sudden, it doesn't work out, that's the issue. So we're going to create a plan B, ultimately, is what I was saying, with regards to where we could put the funding at, because we can put it to salaries, just in case. And then we can journal entry those funds to the project if we have to, through another source of funding. But we don't have a lot of time, and there's urgency with this. So the more we
Right.
we talk about,
But I guess
so
I feel like some of these, like with Vets Park and the Historical Park, some of those things, we should know within the first quarter of next year what those actual costs are. Wouldn't you think, Steve? Yes.
Steve, do you think $250,000 is enough to cover those possible increases?
Maybe.
Well, I think the best way to answer that question is we should wait till designs are done, which 2 out of the 3 are, that I just mentioned are complete, or very close to being complete. We'll get the big costs on that. For sure, the park lighting for Vets Park is going to go up. However, the nice thing about that is because it's new facilities, we can actually use park impact funds to supplement. So, but great point. It'll definitely go up. The cost of lighting has gone up, and the cost of lights has gone up. So, I think it's, prudent to be considering some of these options now, but it's also prudent to wait, at least for those 2 items or 3 items, till we, get the bids from the contractor, and then, as we all know, a year comes up pretty quick, but we have a few months on those items to make some decisions.
So with that, I hear what you're saying. Also, too, some of these items that we have listed here, we have to have that money more or less spent during this next year because they're services. So what I would suggest is maybe doing the 400 or 450, I forget what the actual number was, for the, I have it in here, the 450 that we have for the pothole work. Hold the other amount if there is a concern with that. We can come back to your board once we have more accurate numbers.
But didn't we bring in more this year with Measure G? There was more sales tax brought in than expected. So in that case, the county should have, why can't we take some of that money and put it towards this pothole thing?
We could spend a lot of money.
I know we can, but we could spend a lot of money on all sorts of different things,
true.
right? And it's about finding that balance. And so I'm just hesitant to take and allocate half of this money when we really don't know the actual costs of a lot of these items that are in this budgeted list.
Yeah, and it's really your board's call what you want to do with this money. But go ahead, Steve.
All I was going to mention is I have to double check because we check in every once in a while to make sure there's certain parameters of Measure G, and honestly, I'm not sure that potholing can be utilized for Measure G, but I'll check. The good news is we did get an extra infusion of funds on Measure G for road projects. So that's really good news.
Okay, thank you for that.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I just want to emphasize that, there are overriding priorities. It seems to me that we're going to have the funding to cover these projects, considering a number of the projects are basically the cost estimates are much higher than we were expecting. I would just point out that with pothole filling, weed maintenance, and illegal dumping enforcement, those are items that I would think we've already committed to them. We have to do them. So whether we push off or shift money around, we have to do them either way. And there's a timeliness factor, especially with potholes. The longer you wait, the worse it gets. Wildfires are there is no more of a fire season. So we need, if we have a big fire and we're sitting here talking about waiting because of a ARPA budget and seeing how things shake out, and we're just sitting on this and not doing weed maintenance, which is a critical preventative measure for wildfires, that's on us. And illegal dumping we've already committed to. So I just think I would suggest taking out the 250, committing to the potholes, the weed maintenance, and the illegal dumping, because we know we're going to do those either way. And we have a bazillion road projects we have to do. So we're not going to have a problem allocating an extra $1 million or whatever that might be from Measure G. We got way more than enough projects to fill that task or that budget. So I would, I know Supervisor Zanger seems to want to say something, but at some point I'd like to make a motion that we do give authorization for the $750,000 toward those 3 items, the pothole filling, weed maintenance, and illegal dumping. Thank you.
Was that a motion?
That is a motion, yeah.
I'll second it.
Can I clarify?
More discussion.
Yeah, go ahead. Can I clarify? So you're saying approve everything except for facilities?
And assuming that we're going to do the facilities either way, whether it comes out of I would be fine doing facilities today. I would be fine doing the full $1 million today because we're going to be spending the money either way. And so instead of getting into this whole shifting of money thing at some point, I would rather personally commit to it as a compromise, I guess, is based off of what I'm hearing is that seems to be the one you could pull out and find another source. But I'm actually good with doing the full million, to clarify.
And just to clarify, this all came from item 25?
That's correct.
You're saying?
Yes.
So what happened to item number, maybe I'm misreading this, but item number, Hall of Records abatement. What, that was $1 million at one point. The abatement of the Hall of Records, was that teeter funds? I thought it was ARPA.
$1.8 million. 1.9 million and change was ARPA. Was teeter funds.
Teeter funds. Okay.
So we
that,
had
I had it wrong then.
We had allocated that money to address the Hall of Records, which is separate money. It's not
separate
this
money. Gotcha. Which is there restrictions on teeter funds?
No, it's like general fund money.
And is
as long as the board approves.
And that's where we did the facilities for approving the second floor construction?
That's what we used during the budget process to address addressing the asbestos and the other remodeling that
was
building.
For the
that
Hall
was
of
for
Records.
the Hall of Records.
But we just did last meeting, tell me if I'm wrong, last meeting we just approved the increase for the second floor being redone. Where did that come from?
You're talking about the fire money. So are you?
No, this building, second floor.
This building.
This
Sorry
building,
about that. Yeah.
second floor.
Yeah.
Is the 250? I'm just with this 250 for facilities. Where's it going?
That money, if I recall correctly, was outlined in during this process to address the elections office, the recorder's office. They were going to do a remodel. Place burned down.
Burned down.
So now we're not going to use the money that we budgeted for. Instead, diverted that money to dress upstairs.
Okay.
That's
I'm just trying to follow the money, you know.
This fire it's been a musical chairs of a lot of things.
Chairs. So, I understand the chair's concerns with, making sure we have enough money, but knowing we still have this teeter money that is from the Hall of Records that we're going to have to pay a deductible on the fire, which will most likely come out of that. I'm just kind of going with assumptions here. But we have a little cushion that isn't time sensitive to spend at this time.
Yeah, so we have, just so you're aware, it was on the agenda. We had $1 million infusion. We had another $2 million infusion, which your board approved and consent. We have another $1 million that we're going to be receiving. That's to address miscellaneous items at that Hall of Records fire.
Gotcha.
Including, it doesn't include any of the remodeling, addressing any of the new items that we're going to be putting into that building. So there's going to be a need for some stuff. So it could be some chairs or certain things that was not covered that we're going to need to replace in that building, which we were going to use the teeter funds for that, the $1.9
Gotcha.
million.
Okay, I'm just making sure that I'm following where it's all going. I have no comments. I don't want to end the discussion because I know we have a motion in a second right now.
Is there any other comments? No? Questions? No? All right, so you've got a motion and a second. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry to make a friendly amendment because the motion was without
It
the
was a separate-
250.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So I'd like to amend the motion to include the 250 for facilities.
Okay, so we've got the first and the second on the amended, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? So 5-0. Thank you. All right. Do we want to do this last one, or do we want to go and go to closed session and take public comment for closed session?
Yeah. We'll do it now. If you don't mind, we'll take
Okay,
this last
so we'll
one.
go on to item 2.6, adopting a resolution adopting a new seal for the County of San Benito.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, board members and members of the public. This item is before you to discuss the new county seal, hopefully if it's adopted. San Benito County was officially established on February 12th, 1874. With the county's anniversary of establishment coming up on February 12th, 2024, your respective board on January 24, 2023 of this year appointed Supervisor Gonzalez and Supervisor Zanger to the 150th ad hoc, which was tasked with creating and collaborating with local organizations on materials and events celebrating the county's 150th. As part of the celebration, the ad hoc, in collaboration with community organizations, took the opportunity to work with a local graphic designer to design the proposed county seal that you see before you. The board on October 10th did receive a update on the county seal, and we had requested feedback from your respective board on what changes you wanted to see. The ad hoc, after the board meeting on that date, did meet and did kind of discuss the changes that were proposed during the board meeting. It was at that time that your respective board made some suggestions. We took those suggestions in consideration, and based on what we understood was board consensus, we requested that the graphic designer implement those changes, which was done so, and that's what you see before you today. It is at this time that we ask your respective board to consider the adoption of the resolution adopting a new county seal and delegating the authority to the county administrative officer or its designees to develop and execute plans to transition to the new county seal, if adopted, to provide a unified and consistent visual identity for the county, its departments, divisions, and agencies. Transition most likely will be approached a phased approach. Not all changes will be implemented all at once, but we will be doing more of a phased approach where we update certain items first, and then we kind of just do it by department or divisions, or how it's more economically affordable. At this time, I would welcome any input or feedback from your board.
Thank you, Gracie. Do we have any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, if I may, this is a classic example of starting one project and then it evolving into something entirely different when we started it. Supervisor Zanger and I volunteered to be on the 150th celebration for the county's birthday, and though this came up as an item, I was surprised to see this as a adoption of the new county seal, and I know that we had a conversation to that effect at our last meeting, but I didn't recall walking away that this board gave directive to embrace this as the official seal. So if that's where we're going, I just have some concerns. Just this morning as I drove over here, I saw the county seal, the existing county seal, and I kind of compared it in my mind to this visual, that we've been given. And this is so muted, it just doesn't speak loudly of San Benito County. I think the colors would have to be changed if we are considering adopting this. But I'm not totally sold that that's the route that we need to go. I know we wanted a logo for the 150th, and I was okay with that, and we were developing that, but I even had to ask Dulce this past week, where did this motivation come from? It just came from the board, but I didn't recall that conversation. So I want to know, are we all on this page that we are looking today to adopt a seal? Are we 100% on board for that? Because I'm not on that train, and I'll be honest with you. I know I was part of it. I was a conductor. I was a passenger on that train, but I'm not ready to adopt a seal today.
Madam Chair, thank you. Yeah, as I recall it, I think there were two versions of the seal. One was the 150th, and one was the general seal that we were going to use going forward. That's just my recollection. I think it's great. It's I think it definitely reflects our county well. I did make the suggestion for the little biker going across that didn't make it in. That's all right. That's all right. I get it. But yeah, I think it's fantastic. Thank you.
I'm going to be kind of in the middle. I know we talked about the 150th and having a logo seal, and then we said we didn't want the 150th. I wasn't of the mindset that this was going to be an actual changing of the county seal county-wide on everything. Have we even done any analysis of the cost? I mean, we're talking letterhead, we're talking websites, we're talking, I mean, it's on everything. And not to say it, after the beautiful work done here by Valerie Egland on our wall, it kind of now would be a moot point, because I agree. I think we do need to one day look at our seal, update it, rebrand it, and I'd like to tie it with the Pinnacles branding and kind of bring that together. But I wasn't prepared that it was going to be a county-wide changing of the county logo. So I'm open to comment.
Can I jump in? Yeah. So you
go ahead.
I'll go. Yeah, I thought the last time we discussed this, I thought we had also said that we were going through with this. That's where I'm pretty sure that's what we mentioned. I like the new logo. I think it does highlight the Pinnacles a lot, so it goes in with that whole vision we're doing. And of course, I like the piece up there, but we can't just never change the logo because we have a piece of art here. I mean, I don't really think that's a valid reason not to go through with this. I mean, eventually it's going to change one day either way, I think. So, but I thought we were on the same page here. This is sort of news to me that this is somewhat shocking. And I know it's not where we originally started with the 150th, but I think we had progressed, and I thought it was clear that's the direction we were going. So, all that being said, I like the new seal, and I'm prepared to adopt it. So, I don't know. I'd like to hear from the rest of the board.
So I like the new logo. But when we discussed it last time, I thought it was the logo for the 150th year. I didn't know. I mean, even like looking at it today, I don't know that I'm ready to make a decision on changing the logo for the life of, for so many years. I'm comfortable with the 1 year. I guess before I could take a real position on changing it permanently I would want to see what is the cost that it would cost us to potentially change, because I agree it could be substantial. And so I'm all for, I love it. I think it's great. I think you guys did a wonderful job. I just don't know that changing it permanently right now. I definitely, that was going to be one of my first questions. Hold on, are we talking about changing it permanently or just for the 1 year? So I apologize if I didn't have that correctly, but that's not what I had in my mind as well. So I'm really comfortable with approving it for the 150th, and maybe through the year we get a quote on how much it would be, and it ends up being something that evolves into our permanent one. But I would rather make that decision a little later after we have cost estimates. So.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I can. So, I guess I don't understand how we just create a separate logo for the 150th, and then that may or may not go inside. Okay. Was there? What was the deal last time we spoke about this? Did we talk about this? Do you know if you have a recollection of that?
So for the 150th, we did discuss taking that opportunity as an opportunity for the county to rebrand countywide. For the 150th, we were considering a logo similar to this one, but with a ribbon underneath stating this is the 150th logo. However, this one would be considered countywide moving forward. That's what the understanding was, at least for the ad hoc staff.
Okay. If we are talking about rebranding, I would really like to continue this and have a little more public input in the rebranding of the logo and the cost estimates. Those are the only two things. I think we're just not. I was looking at this as a 1 year celebration of the 150th, and to go all the way across and change everything. I think we need to have more participation from employees and from the public.
And Madam Chair, one thought for me as well, final, we had 0 public comments today for this item, so I just to point out that it's not a hot button issue that I would imagine our residents are gonna come streaming through the door to provide their input on, but I understand, thank you.
CAO?
I will just say, again, I wasn't a part of the ad hoc comment, so when I saw this, I questioned it as well. I said, wait, whoa.
Thank you.
I had that conversation with staff, and, it sounded that there was some direction through the ad hoc to move this forward, so I just said, fine, we'll bring it back to the board and let the board discuss this further, so.
So can we call it a 150th logo, and then maybe we work on with this going forward? Is that what we want to do then?
Yeah. We can do some more homework and do some work on it.
Yeah, because that was my understanding, being on the ad hoc, that we were trying to devise a logo for the 150th. I know the city rebranded their entire sign and image off of their 150th logo that they used. And I understand the reason and the logic behind that, but I didn't think that we had buy-in here. And that was not my understanding from the last Board of Supervisors meeting. So when I saw this item on the agenda, I'm like, oh, wait a minute. And so I apologize if it looks like I'm reversing. I just am kind of just concerned. We need to move forward with the logo for the 150th. That's definite. And I thought that's what this was. But that's just where I'm at, and I apologize if I'm adding confusion to the conversation.
So do we want to move forward with this as our logo for the 150th, and we can continue talks of rebranding, but that would need a lot more public participation and things of that sort.
And costing, we'll look at that.
Yeah, and the cost estimate, yeah. So does someone want to make a motion? No? Okay, then make a motion for something you want.
I think, okay, the only comment I have is I did not like the 150th on the logo because it made it gaudy, sorry. And so it just made it too big, and I wanted to be able to wear it for all occasions, even after the 150th. So that's why I voted to have the 150th removed. If we're doing it just for the year, I love the logo for the 1 year, for the 1 year of celebration, and I would make a motion to approve it for the 1 year 150th celebration, and direct staff to do an analysis of rebranding, cost analysis, and public participation for a long-term logo change.
And is that a motion? Okay, I'll second for the point of clarification. So the 150th is not going to be included then for certain? Because my recollection last time when we had the 150 again, then we secondary logo, and I honestly think we probably talked too much about this issue. I just and then staff spending time on the seal, going back, and now we're going to go through another process with the seal. But anyhow, so you're saying no 150th on the
We
logo
had
at all.
agreed, I thought, to drop the 150th.
And I thought that was, I pretty clearly remember that we were going to have a 1/5 logo, and then we were going to have the other logo as the seal going forward. That was
So there's going to be two types of logos.
That was what came out of the last meeting. I don't think there was any questions about that.
That's not how I took it.
And that's why we have the two versions. We have one with the 150th and one without it,
That's
because I thought we have the year, and then we have the going forward. We'll drop the 150th.
So if you'd like to make an amendment to add the 150th, so it's just for the 1 year.
I think it's necessary just so people know what it is, and to delineate it, and otherwise people are going to be confused that we did change our county seal. And
I see it.
That's just my.
I can agree with that.
Thanks.
Okay, so we've got the first now with a second with an amendment to add the tagline of 150th. Am I understanding that correctly?
Only use it for the 150. Yeah.
Okay. So I've got a first and a second. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? So 5-0? 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's move on to closed session. Do we have any public comment for closed session?
Chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And we'll start in chambers. Christina Cardenas.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and Madam Chair. My name is Christina Cardenas. I come to you today not only as an auditor appraiser who has been serving the San Benito County for the past 7 years at the Assessor's Office, but also as the acting president of the local chapter board of SEIU 521 and a member of our union member-driven bargaining team. The rest of our team will be speaking today in support of our members who have signed this petition here that I'm presenting to the board. Here you go, thank you. One thing I would like our message to be clear about is that we are appreciative and thankful for the offer at the table. We are optimistic of reaching an agreement before the holidays, and we look forward to working together to make that happen. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Next, Denise Quintana.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and Madam Chair. My name is Denise Quintana. I am the lead child support specialist serving the San Benito community for 22 years. I'm also the chief steward of our local SEIU 521 chapter and a bargaining team member. We, the bargaining team, want to thank and acknowledge the board, county HR, and county bargaining team for working so diligently with us at the negotiation table. We share many conversations focused on the trials and tribulations of our members who face in their respective departments. We want to let you know that we do feel that we are being heard and efforts are being made by the county to find resolutions to these matters. We greatly appreciate that the county cares about our members' working conditions and are willing to address and collaborate on ways those issues can be improved. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next, I have Rob Lynch.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Robin Lynch, and I've worked for 22 years in public health. While I'm committed and honored to serve my hometown, living and working in our county is increasingly difficult due to staggering health care and cost of living increases. As our health care costs rise every year, our take-home pay does not. In fact, over the past decade, my personal take-home pay has increased by $200, if that. Due to the county not increasing their contribution to our health care on a regular basis, I currently see less than 50% of my take-home pay after taxes and health care costs are deducted. In my department, public health, we've lost over 20 employees in 2 years to neighboring counties. These counties pay almost double our San Benito County wages and include employee-only benefits as paid for by the counties. Several public health workers, including myself, are reliant on the local food bank and some even on cash aid because we can't afford to live off our current wages. Some employees are taking on extra jobs just to be able to afford the basics, rent, utilities, food, and clothing. San Benito County should not be a training ground, and it should be a place where people are compelled to stay because they are well compensated and respected. I truly do appreciate the efforts of the board, county HR, county council, and our amazing bargaining team to reach a contract that will benefit us all. Granting an acceptable contract to San Benito County employees will enable us to continue to provide the necessary services to our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Guadalupe Vasquez.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and Madam Chair. My name is Guadalupe Vasquez. I'm a work crew supervisor serving San Benito County for 33 years in the Public Works Department. Two of the top concerns we have discussed with the county throughout negotiations are retention issues and large financial impact our members endure who rely on county-based health care. We, the bargaining team, are united with our members to address these concerns. Our members value serving our community and want to be able to earn a living wage, and an affordable health care that we all need to use to take care of ourselves and families. As we all know, our health care rates increase each year, which results in an increased expense which erodes our wages. This is a challenging for our members who are having a hard enough time making ends meet as it is, and we hope that the board can acknowledge the devastating impact this brings to our members every year and continue to work with us at the negotiating table to lessen the impact to our members. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And I also have Joan Miranda.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and Madam Chair. My name is Joan Miranda. I'm an eligibility supervisor at Health and Human Services and have been serving San Benito County for the past 16 years. I am also the treasurer of the local SEIU 521 chapter board and a bargaining team member. I would like to acknowledge at this time the effort that we, the bargaining team and the county, have put into negotiations. It is not easy having difficult, honest conversations and collaborating with each other to find resolutions. In doing so, we have been negotiating without a contract since October 1st. While we are proud of the efforts on both sides to see of how far we have come, we respectfully request that you reconsider our last counteroffer. Our previous offer equitably addresses annual health care increases and acknowledges the public service time our members continue to dedicate to the county. We believe that we can come to an agreement on a fair and contract that will make us whole. We look forward to working together to reach that fair, equitable agreement, and thank you for your time and consideration.
And I have no further public comment.
Okay, then do we need to, County Council, do you need to report anything for closed session? No? Okay, so we will come back out. We've got a public hearing at 1:30.
On item 4.1, the board received information and gave direction to staff. On item 4.2, the board was given a presentation and provided direction to staff. On 4.3, information was provided. And on 4.4, the employee performance evaluation, County Council and County Administrative Officer continued but not completed.
Thank you very much. So at this time, it is 1:56 p.m. I'm going to open the public hearing.
All right, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, and members of the public. We are going to be hearing a request for the annexation number 10 in CFD 2018-1 for the Fairview Corners project. And I'll bring up a presentation here in a moment. All right, so just kind of a brief history on the project. It's located near Highway 25 and Fairview Road, adjacent to the future Gavilan College campus. And it's about 60 acres of development, single-family homes, and some parks and trails. And back in 2012, that County Board of Supervisors approved a development agreement with that project. So the DA essentially provides a framework, the legal framework for how the project is going to progress. About 6 years later, the Planning Commission at that time approved the project's tentative map, which I'll go back real quick. That's the tentative map, and it shows the layout of lots and parks and where things are going to go. And it's blueprint, but it can change a little bit even during the final map and improvement plan stage. But the way it works with the tentative map and final maps, you have to be in substantial compliance. So as a project moves towards the final map stage and improvement plans, it needs to look pretty close to that layout that the Planning Commission approved back in 2018. And so as part of the development agreement from 2012, one of the requirements was that the project would have to annex into the county's community facilities district. And so projects have an option. They can do a few different permutations of those annexations. At a bare minimum, the residential lots, as building permits are pulled, they have to agree to an assessment to pay for sheriff, fire, ambulances, and county administration costs. And that assessment will go on the property taxes of each of those lots as they're built. And so the remainder for this project of services, streets, parks, and those type of services are actually going to be the responsibility of the project's HOA. So for this CFD annexation, it's really what we call negative fiscal impact, so that the fire, sheriff, ambulance, and those other admin overhead costs are paid by the property owners. It's about $900 a year, and the remaining services for maintenance of things are actually going to be the responsibility of the HOA. So, a little over a month ago, the board was presented with step one of the process, which is the property owner's intent to be annexed into the county's CFD for those services I just mentioned. That's step one, and this is all per the development agreement. And step two, at least 30 days later, which is where we're at today, November 21st, the project is requesting the official approval of annexation number 10 into the CFD district. And really, unless other CFD members or the property owners themselves actually objected to this annexation. That's what the waiting period is for, which the property owners did not object to their annexation request. We're here today to essentially, hopefully, approve the annexation. And I'll pause there for questions. So.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. And on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any comments or questions from anyone? Supervisor Curl?
I just want to educate myself. So, the CFD 218-1, that's a countywide CFD.
That's correct.
So, since it's countywide, is it really an annexation?
So it's this, think of it as a master district, and depending on what tax zone you're in, your project is becoming absorbed into that district.
Into that tax district.
Yes.
Right.
And this tax zone, well, it's its own, there's individual tax zones, so the numbers are already, for this, it's plus or minus $900 per sheriff, and depending exactly where you're at. But yes, you're kind of being absorbed into the CFD.
You're being absorbed into it. So it's not like a LAFCO action because it's a countywide district. You're just being absorbed into a zone of the taxation portion.
Pretty much. That's
pretty
correct.
much. Okay,
Yep.
I just want to make sure I understood it right because annexations can mean different things.
Correct. That's
and
correct.
then the other CFD 10, is that correct?
This is
Zone
number
10 is.
So they're in their own tax area. They're in tax zone 13 technically, because depending on where you are, there's slightly different taxes of how you're assessed. They're in tax zone 13. This is annexation number 10 into that umbrella of the CFD.
Okay, I just wanted to educate myself how all that connected. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, what is the will of the board?
Move to approve as recommended.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone
Aye.
opposed? 5-0. Thank you very much. So it's 2:03, and I'm going to close that public hearing. And we're going to go back to our regular agenda. We have a few consent items that were pulled. Consent 1.9, 1.10, and 1.11. So I pulled 1.9, and I just had a question regarding the library. I noticed that the library was closed from, I think it was December 25th through January 1st. And so just if there was any, does the public, is there ever, I don't know, does the public want the library open during that time? Is it not a problem? What traditionally in the past, has it been closed? Just wanting to make sure that, if there's a demand for it, that we're open, but I wasn't sure. And I apologize for not having the time to reach out prior to this meeting and pulling the item.
All right. Well, thank you. Henny Ring with administration. I did go back and looked at the history of the closure that the county has participated in the library way back 5 years, and the library has closed during that Christmas and New Year's during that time frame for the last 5 years. So that isn't a new thing to the public. So they've been aware of it, at least for the last 5 years.
Okay, thank you. I don't have a problem with it then. If it's been closed the last 5 years and we haven't gotten any feedback that there's a demand for it, then I'm fine approving item 1.9. So I'll make a motion to approve 1.9.
I'll second.
So all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, item 1.10, Supervisor Zanger.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so long story short, I'm just going to say that I'm going to be voting against this, and I wish I could explain my reasoning, my rationale more, but I can't due to issues with closed session and what's ongoing. So I can't really get into it, which is unfortunate because I think if I could, I would sound less like a villain. But either way, I'll just say I had a problem with the process, how we ended up here, and so that's why I'll be voting against it.
Madam Chair. So just for clarity's sake, these aren't union groups. This, as far as I understand, they're not union groups. We're still in negotiations with unions, and that's what Supervisor Zanger was referring to. I found that this is an important item. I think it should have been pulled at the very least for transparency's sake. And I think it's important to note that these would be the first groups approved potentially for new agreements after the prior 2-year contract. And then, we're continuing negotiations with the others. And I do believe and know that this item 1.10, 1.11, which are very similar items, do have major ramifications with regard to those negotiations. And I do also want to say and point out that we are in extraordinary times with inflation and workforce dynamics. We're constantly hearing about the difficulty of hiring, and retention is a major issue in our county, where we're constantly losing people to other jurisdictions. And so I'll just say that extraordinary circumstances and challenges call for extraordinary solutions. And I will agree that I do have a fundamental issue with the process, and I think we can improve on that going forward. From the county board side, it has nothing to do with the unions whatsoever. I think we can always improve, and so I didn't support necessarily all the steps that we took to get here, but I am also going to say that I'm not going to let that alter my thought process when it comes to this round of agreements and the county taking what I would consider to be necessary, bold steps to ensure our county employees are paid and treated fairly. The county employees here have been historically underpaid, and we do have to step up to the plate, just like we stepped up to the plate with the last round of contracts the past 2 years, which I supported along with Supervisor Gonzalez and helped to drive those forward. And I just want to remind everyone that I do believe I have a track record of supporting our employees, supporting our unions, and I'll continue doing so. We had 3% pay increases each of the past 2 years, which in the larger realm of things were very productive contract. It was a very productive contract. I think everyone was happy on both sides. Of course, we are now in these tremendously unique times, as I referenced earlier, with the workforce. We also had multiple one-time bonuses. CAO, is that?
That is correct.
Multiple one-time bonuses. I was very supportive of those. And also, we're continuing to work on mechanisms to improve morale, and whether it's employee appreciation, whether it's the event that we have coming up, and I'm a firm believer we have to do more. I think that should just be the starting point when it comes to recognizing our employees and making them feel pride in the workplace here, and really making them feel like this is, really truly a county family. So as much as I strongly oppose how we got to this point, I'm not going to hold it against the employees because they have nothing to do with that. And so I'm going to support this pay increase with the understanding that we are in historically extraordinary times, and I'm going to continue to stand up for our employees and do everything we can to promote a strong and prideful working environment. Thank you.
Okay, so what is the will of the board?
Move to approve for staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
4-1, Supervisor Zanger.
So that was for the.
That was for 110. Do you want to do 111 as well?
Yeah.
No,
I
that
mean,
was for 110. So now let's
don't-
address 111.
Yeah, just transfer over my comments and we can do the vote, and I'm going to vote the same way. So
Okay.
we don't need to get into it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so for 111, would someone like to make a motion?
Move to approve for staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
4-1, Supervisor Zanger. And I believe that concludes our meeting. So it is 2:10 and we are adjourned. Or actually, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to
So
adjourn.
moved. Yeah. Second.
All right. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0, motion adjourned. Thank you.